queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Lakeysha Keysha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Lakeysha Keysha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Lakeysha Keysha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop. She don't miss nothing, got the scoop on lock. Spilling all the tea while it's still too hot. Lakeysha Keysha, queen of the plot. Hit that bell, cause the tea don't stop.
Hello guys, how is everybody doing? Y'all, I got some new glasses, so I just decided to wear them. What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to the channel. Now, I was reading some of y'all messages, and then y'all know I just stopped reading them because it's just like, wow, y'all had so much to say. So I wanted to go ahead and create this live because I had told you all I had did a video, and I had told y'all that, Simon said that he didn't, that he was not messing around with Porsha during his marriage. Okay. Now, I never said that I believed it. I just told y'all what he said, because that was something that we talked about. But here's the deal. It's kind of different because when you're speaking about somebody that you never had the opportunity to talk to, and then you kind of get to talk to them, and then they kind of, can kind of share some things with you, about how things went, it kind of makes it seem a little bit more believable, if that makes sense. So he did share, a lot of things. And then I'm gonna be honest, it did seem very genuine. And even not just talking to him, other people. See, what you guys don't understand, and I know somebody had put in the chat saying, something about a girl's girl, something like, girl, what is you talking about? So let me kind of break this down for y'all. Unfortunately, Porsha Williams, in y'all's probably, I don't know where some of y'all live, but in Georgia here, she really don't have any friends. I know y'all probably think she does because she's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. And one of the things, she ain't a girl's girl, cannot maintain friendship. So, when you put that in the chat, I'm like, girl, what is you even talking about? Because you clearly don't know Porsha Williams. You can watch her on television and see all of these different things, but you really don't. You can see her on, the show, but you don't really know what her personality is. And what I was simply saying too is I know people that know her. So it's not really just, what Simon says. Really, everybody pretty much say the same thing about Porsha, with regards, to her personality and things like that. So I actually created this live because, like I said, y'all were telling me that y'all believe that, he and Porsha was actually in a relationship. Now, this is what I can say. I can say this. This is what I've learned. When you meet people or you talk to people, they will give you, their perspective. Sometimes they don't tell you the entire truth. And I can probably guess why. And I'll just give you an example. Let's say, and I'm just saying, for instance, let's just say, for instance, Simon and Porsha, they had talked on the phone a few times. I mean, if he would say that, then people would automatically say they were messing around. So when I say show me the proof, it's simply because people been saying that for a minute. And what they have both said is, no, she did DM me. And it did look weird. When I did my last video and I played that episode in which Porsha went over the house, it did look really weird. The fist bump, the boom, boom, boom. It did look very weird. But it's like, other than that, there's really nothing else that we have that is, of significant, as it relates to evidence that they actually knew each other. Somebody said it's 1:05 a.m. where I am, but I'm always here. Where are you at, Queen of Reeds? So that's why I created this live, because y'all was saying that, that Simon was lying. So why did Porsha give that look when he mentioned getting remarried? She kind of gave him a look like, what? You didn't tell me about nothing about that. Well, and so, and this was another thing too, that I was, so the situation is really confusing, because if you know Porsha, she kind of runs from situations. So after I, had talked to Simon, I was like, well, wait a minute. I don't think Porsha would have came there. I'm just saying, if you guys recall, Porsha didn't even return to the show after they made it public. So she did not return to the show. In fact, this is her first time coming back to the show after announcing, that they were talking, and now they have already gotten a divorce since then. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for supporting Egypt. You way in Egypt. Okay, girl. So that's what I was. So after I thought about it, I was like, I don't know. And see, maybe Porsha was sizing them up the whole time. Think about it. Maybe she was sizing them up. I mean, from what I see, she obviously had some kind of liking, as far as, listen, I like how this lady is living, and I want to get some of what she got. That's what it looked like to me. I'm just saying, because as I thought about it, I said, why would she go to the lady house? It just seems really weird. So I don't know. Maybe she had her eye on him. Maybe they had some conversations before, but maybe they were not messing around, because I just don't believe that Porsha would go to the house just to, you know what I mean? Because Porsha is kind of the type of person that runs from situations, if you really analyze it. But I don't know. Y'all said, hey, he was messing around with her. And Lily said, Porsha is grimy. Yes, she would have gone to Fallon's house. Well, Porsha didn't come back, though. Why didn't she come back to the show? She didn't come back to the show because she didn't want to be held accountable. I mean, it would have been easier to come back to the show than it was to go to the lady house. I mean, I would have, if I had to choose, I would have just came back to the show. He just wants a peach. He is going to keep marrying whoever is on that show. Okay. Hey, Danielle. Queen of Reeds, same girl, same. It's where I am. Paris, love me. So, oh, thank you. I know people like Porsha. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, honey. So, so Lily believes that Porsha would have actually went over to her house. I mean, if you so this is what I was thinking, y'all. I think that she definitely had her eye on him. And let me just tell you something else I learned. I know for a fact she had her eye on him, but I don't know if they were actually in a relationship. They could have possibly talked on the phone, maybe even went on dates or something. But I know for a fact she probably had her eye on him. And I'm going to tell you why. I was also told that she was allegedly having people to put in the blogs around the time that she was, hooking up with Simon, that Real Housewives of Atlanta, y'all remember that she had left, and then we was like thinking she was going to come back, but she never did. And it was all that fuss around how much money they would have to pay her to come back. Now, I was told that, she was having people put crazy numbers out there, to make it seem like she was worth all of this money. But with regards to them two, I mean, they could have been talking or in communication. I just, from what I know about Porsha, I feel like she would have ran from the situation. That's just what I feel. I feel like she would have ran from the situation opposed to actually showing up. Because think about it, y'all. When they're going to shoot these scenes, y'all know sometimes people don't make it. They don't show up. Different things happen. So that's the only thing that kind of puts me on the fence. Y'all, how long I was muted? Because I just saw it say muted. Was I muted for a long time? Can y'all hear me? I just saw the thing say muted. I didn't know. Hopefully y'all can hear me, because y'all not telling me if y'all can hear me. Lord, okay. Okay, I wasn't muted. Okay. So that's the only thing that makes me wonder if they were actually in a relationship, because I don't think Porsha would have showed up. I think Porsha would not have showed up to that event, because that's just how she is. Y'all know how Porsha is. She'll run from something. So that's why I say I don't believe that it was that serious, because I frankly believe that she would have just not shown up. But it did look off. It looked very off. And that's why I say I believe she definitely had her eye on him. I mean, think about it. When they went through the situation that they went through, she immediately inboxed him, and she's owned that. So she's never said that she didn't inbox him. Like, she owned that. She owned the fact that, she inboxed him, and even inboxing him. He was still married to Falynn, but allegedly, this ain't alleged, because he said that. He said that they had actually been separated. So although, at one point in time they made this announcement that they were breaking up, they were calling it quits, they had already went through some issues. So but somebody said she showed receipts. Made you think, what receipts? Queen Lily says she was hanging out in lounges with Falynn while Simon was around. Okay. Now that's weird. What YouTuber? Yeah, why would she DM her friend's husband instead of reaching out to? Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I know for a fact she definitely had her eye on him, because just like you said in the chat, why would you DM your friend's man? She definitely had her eye on him. Like, come on now, we're not gonna sit here and act like she didn't have her eye on him. She had her eye on him because she wanted what that lady had. She definitely wanted what that lady had. Why did you leave? Somebody, was it Kyle? You left? What happened? So somebody had just joined, but you just left. Somebody said a sneaky leak. All right, there you go. There you go. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
I'm doing good. I just want to add my 2 cents, and I think that Porsha knew exactly what she was doing. I think there's no irony that she went to that lady's house and met him, and she had her eyes on the prize. And I think that all the karma that she's getting now is her own makings, because you don't steal somebody else's man. And I get that you're saying that they were on a break or something like that, but I don't believe the timeline, because she was friends with Alan. She always tries to downplay the friendship. And I think she just she has this Jezebel spirit where she wants to take what is somebody else's, because you saw her commentary on Angela's man, and Angela is from Chicago. She should have gave Porsha the two-piece. So I don't know. I just think Porsha, and maybe she gets it from her mom because her mom seems pretty scandalous too. But I don't understand it. I think it's too dangerous out in these streets to be trying to mess with other people's men.
That's very true. But when you're a money hungry, gold digging hoe, you'll do whatever, because I'm just being honest, because think about it. You married this person strictly for money. Think about that. I mean, just think about that for a second. You had to sleep with this man. You had to kiss this man. You probably had to, I'm sure you sucked his thing. You had to do all of that to pretend. That's too much. So think about that. You went through all of that just for some money. So
Yeah,
listen, people will do some what they say, you'll do some strange things for some change. Okay. So
exactly.
I believe that I mean, if you look at that interview that Nene did, and Nene and Porsha were very close. What did Nene
Hmm.
say when asked? Do you think Porsha loved him? She said, "Can I sip my drink? Is this a joke?" So she didn't love him. She didn't love him, and he figured it out. He figured it out, and what he had mentioned to me is during the time that she filed for divorce, he tried to reach out to her, and she basically refused to talk to him. But then at some point, she wanted to talk to him. But then at that point, he figured it out that this is all about money. So therefore, he wasn't really, he was like, okay, it's a wrap. I don't want to be married to her, because at that point, she probably figured out I done made a damn fool out of myself, and this is finna mess up my bag. And Simon told me he feels as though what she was trying to do is to come back and possibly maybe get some more information or whatever it was she was trying to do. But at that point, he was like, he figured it out that she did not truly love him. And he was like, oh, I'm done. Because at that point, she did reach out to, like his relatives and things like that. And she tried to talk to them to see if they would talk to him. And they like, girl, you filed for divorce. If you wanted to come to the family, you were supposed to do that before you filed for divorce. So,
Right. And I think that she is just very manipulative, and you watch her on the show. And did you also see when Candace checked her on Ultimate Girls Trip, and she just blatantly lied to everybody? And then even Giselle and all the rest of the girls was like, yeah, well, I will take somebody else's man too. They were all in support of her. So I thought that was pretty crazy as well. And then allegedly, she was some other vloggers were saying that she was flying to Nigeria and messing with the president's son or something like that. So her and Phaedra was going out to Lagos, and they were going down there for December, and they were doing some strange things for a piece of change, allegedly.
right.
So I just don't get it. I'm like, Porsha, you making a mill. I think she has bad financial management, and she just thinks, oh, I'm beautiful. I can just get whatever I want. But it's all going to come to a close, because what if those checks stop, or what if Andy gets over her? You know what I'm saying? You have to
Right.
think for the long term. And I think what's unfortunate is like Kenya's going through that right now, not specifically like home wrecking, but Kenya's going through that business issue with her salon. These girls think that these checks are always going to be rolling in. And there's going to be a point in time where you're 50, 60 or something like that. And everybody's talking about you all over Atlanta. And everybody's like, I don't even want to be next to you. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
I just don't understand. I think that she knows exactly what she's doing. I think it's just sad because she's beautiful enough to secure her own man, but I just don't get what's going on in her brain.
I can tell you what's going on. I definitely can't tell you what's going on in her brain, but I don't know if this is an Atlanta thing or what, but there is a group of women that feel like And let's just be honest, Porsha ain't ugly, but baby, all her beauty she paid for. The wig, the eyelashes, you take that shit off. Y'all don't want me to bring that picture up of how Porsha really look. But there's a group of women that want to secure them a rich man. But Porsha's issue, and I've heard this from several people, and even Simon told me, so I don't even need to say allegedly, she was messing around with other men. She was messing
Oh, of
around with other
course.
men. So
That's why I
it's
was saying
like,
allegedly she was getting on private jets. Some bloggers were saying, and the kitty cat is up for sale, allegedly. So she has men putting her on private jets, and she has a retainer fee to even come to Nigeria.
so yeah, I did hear about the situation with Nigeria. Somebody is putting in the chat about show me the picture. I can't believe y'all never saw that picture. Y'all never saw that picture of Porsha. Okay, I'm gonna find it. But yeah, Porsha is about the money, unfortunately, and I get it. If you first of all, if you're gonna be in any type of marriage, obviously you want somebody, that has some kind of financial security. But girl, what is it that you want? You had that,
Right,
but then you were still out. I'm gonna say allegedly, but Simon said she was definitely messing around with other men. You were out, they said, screwing with not one man, two, three, it was multiples. It was
right.
multiple men. Multiple men they say she was messing around with.
And that's the thing too. It's like this man was giving you $30,000 a month. Like, what did you need?
And this is what I said. I said this is Simon. I said, listen. I don't know what it's like to date a millionaire. I've dated people with money, but millionaires is different. So I'm like, well, maybe that's what they do in their relationship. But I definitely asked. I said, what were you thinking? Like, I can understand, if this is your wife and you like, okay, don't work. I'm gonna give you this XYZ amount of money. Hey, okay, that makes sense. But you were giving a woman that you were dating, don't that give like prostitute or something? I'm just saying
Right.
that's what is given to me, but I don't know. I guess that's what they do. But what he told me is so he's a very sympathetic person. Likes
Hmm.
to, so the way that he explained it to me is Porsha started crying, right? So she
Right.
was crying.
Manipulative.
Right, because she did not want to go back to the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So what she told him is she felt like the people didn't like her. And
Well,
him,
Lakeysha, I'm sorry to cut you off. You know that she wanted to go back. Everybody knows that she was going to get dragged that one season because everybody was talking about her being a homewrecker.
right,
So she was basically lying because no, all them women want that bag. She just didn't want to go back that one season because we all know that was all they were going to talk about.
right. But see, she convinced him that, the people didn't like her and she was crying and you use that sympathetic stuff and he's like, what's going on? And she was like, she didn't want to do it anymore. So he was like, well, listen, and that's kind of how they came up with the agreement. And I'm like, listen, I guess this is what rich folks do because baby, listen. But
Right.
that's kind of how it came about. But I'm thinking, Porsha probably at that point had found out that, because even with Fallon, I heard that, he would give Fallon an allowance because, he didn't want them to work. So I'm sure Porsha took all that into consideration. But Porsha ain't never loved this man. She never
Right.
loved him. She was willing to do whatever for whatever it was she wanted. And it seems like what she really wanted was that damn house. She wanted that house in a major way. Another thing too, so she has been paying the mortgage, which means it's good that she's been paying it, but here's the deal. She has to pay 2 mortgages. How long do you think that's going to last?
Exactly. And also on top of that, I think that's why she was giving so much negative energy towards Shamia is because Shamia is the life that she really truly wanted. She thought she was going to find and secure an African man, and she went all about it the wrong way.
Mhm.
Which I mean, she's an attractive woman. She could have found a football player or whatever. She was with Cordell before, but she
Right.
went about it the wrong way. And life has a way of kicking you in the ass when you do things in a very evil way. Because, like I said, you cannot convince me of otherwise. She went to Fallon's house while she was still married with him. She was sliding into the DMs and she was doing stuff, when she was not supposed to be doing, despite the fact that they try to do the damage control and say that they were separated.
Right. And not listen.
Lakeysha, that's messy.
I'm just being honest. I'm not saying Porsha is ugly. I'm simply saying, now you know what I'm talking about. Some women, when they take off their wig and they makeup, they don't, instead of Porsha looking like Porsha, she may look like Paul. I'm just saying.
And she has all those fillers.
I'm just saying. Some of them look like Porsha. This is maybe Paul right here in this picture. I'm just saying. Some
and
of them
the edges, oh my God.
Baby, some of them put that makeup on the wig on and they look like totally different people. Now, I wear makeup, but that's why y'all see me with makeup and without it, because I don't ever want to be forced to wear makeup. But some people got to make it. They gotta wear
but see, that's the thing. I feel like, because I'm calling from New York City, some of those Atlanta makeup artists are too heavy-handed. So those women get that makeup done all the time, and you don't have the time for your skin to breathe. And you were talking about that the other day with one of your other videos about how you like to be natural face. It's the truth. You cannot be wearing makeup like that every day because her skin looks, and all them fillers and the hair and the damage, it's just like, poor thing.
Right. I totally hear what you're saying.
Like, that hair is fried. Oh my God.
But it's not even listen, people have short haircuts all the time.
No, but her hair is damaged.
Porsha's face without the makeup is not the one that y'all see. Porsha has her face, when they put the makeup on, it looks totally different. You know how some people take their makeup off? They look like themselves with just makeup on. Not her. She don't look like that same person with that makeup on. So, baby, when she take the wig and the makeup off, this is giving Paul. This is Paul. This ain't Porsha.
But Lakeysha, I think it's because, and I want to just say something because I run a skincare brand. I think a lot of Black people don't need fillers. I think fillers is more for the white spectrum because they, in the Black culture, we take care of our skin. We oil it every day. They are getting fillers because they've lost that elasticity in their skin. So her skin, she's way too young to be doing all of that.
Yeah, she's not, listen, she's in her 40s. And that's another thing I feel like they start getting all this cosmetic shit too early. Like, you're not even that old. You know what I mean? You are messing up your skin. Listen, I'm 50. Now I'm in line to get all this shit done, okay?
Right. But she looks great. But I'm just saying, like, it's like I said, it's geared more towards white people because they damage their skin and they don't preserve it. So the collagen is gone. Us, we have that natural melanin, so we don't need all you got to do is keep moisturizing, drinking water, SPF. You will be fine. But even Cynthia looked beautiful for a long time, and she started messing with the fillers, and now she has that bubble face look. So Porsha is like, oh my God, I'm shocked because she didn't need all. You can see it in her nose, you can see it in her cheeks, all of that.
Right. Yeah. She dragging a wagon now. Hey, they said she got a nice body. She definitely dragging a wagon. But yeah.
I feel like it's just like they call it dysmorphia. And it's an actual mental illness when you're not satisfied enough with your body, your look, or your face. So you just keep going and going and going. And in that housewife circle, they go to BravoCon, they meet up with some of the white girls, and they're like, oh yeah, we just get a little fill. No, our skin is different. We don't need that.
Right. And then, like you said, I think if you do it, don't start doing that stuff. Why would you be getting that stuff done and you're in your 20s or your 30s or even your 40s? You know what I mean? Wait till you get in your 50s, your 60s.
Right.
That's just what I think.
And I think that bubble face, like,
wait, let me say, Porsha used to look like 𝐼𝐶𝐫𝐿.
But also another thing, Lakeysha, if you have high cheekbones, that what do you call it? The fillers gives you that bubbly face look. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the, like, if you look at her face and she put it in the jawline, the fillers, the nose, those big lashes that look like she hasn't cleaned them. That's a lot.
Right.
And how she's only like 45, right?
Porsha
She's
is
in her 40s.
yeah, she is definitely in her 40s. But I don't know her exact. I think she like 46 though. Let's see. I know she's not 50.
She needs to just let all those
44.
fillers go down.
Yeah, she in
And
her
she
early
needs to
40s.
she needs to shave the hair off because the hair is damaged, and just like do like a cleanse or something, you know?
Somebody says some Black people do need it, just don't overdo it. Yeah, I think that's when it starts looking a mess, when you overdo it.
But they, like I said, they hang out with those white girls on BravoCon, and they start taking advice from them, and our skin is different. Like I said, we manage our skin. They don't. And I was doing some research on this, and I've dated some white guys. A lot of times in their culture, they don't wear like a lot of lotion and moisturizers, whereas like Black people, we wear lotion every day. So our skin is always like glowing. So it's like them listening to them girls from Jersey, Beverly Hills, and they're like, oh, go to this guy.
Yeah.
And it's like you messing with perfection.
You're
now,
right.
If you went for one session, it's fine, but then you go for more and more and more, then it starts to deteriorate.
Right. Because I have a few white doctors that I see for various, different things. And one time I had took my son with me, and they were like, "That's your son?" And I was like, "Yeah." Says, "How old him?" So I told him, and I said, "Well, I'm 50." It was like, "No, you don't look like." I said, "Well, wait till I lose my weight. Y'all gonna be like, girl."
Yeah.
Like, no, I am 50, sir. They be like, "You don't look it." But that's just because I don't drink. I don't do drugs. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm saying this as a person who's done both, and I've aged well. I'm still aging well.
Really?
It's about how we moisturize and drinking water, and if you're eating crappy food. But see, if you look at Teresa Giudice and her daughter and all them Jersey girls, them girls start getting plastic surgery when they're 17.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So them girls got to stop listening to them girls on them other franchises and leave all that shit alone.
Right. And see, for me, when I was younger, I could never do that because I was like, look, you are not gonna mess me up, but as I get older, I will consider some things. But I think too, a lot of people that do that, they're just not happy with themselves. So imagine just being, not happy with your face. You willing to try anything, right?
Yeah, and it's crazy because Porsha is a beautiful girl. I remember when she first came on and stuff like that. Porsha's one of them girls that would have aged gracefully, but she's a bit of a dingbat, and she follows trends, and she's going to be doing what everybody else is doing.
Right.
And we're going to see when she's like 50, 55, it's going to be a mess.
Now, somebody put in the chat here, saying that they lost elasticity of their skin because they tried a lot of cosmetic products, and I was obsessed with having good skin. You are absolutely right. And let me just tell you why, because I have a cousin and we are the exact same age. She wears a lot of makeup. And when I tell you a lot, she put it on. And when I look at her skin is totally, totally different than mine. So I think wearing makeup is good, but I do think if you overdo it and then even sleep in the makeup, it can really, really ruin your skin. But if you're trying to better your skin, I have something for you. So just watch this video right here. Okay, guys, so I often get a lot of questions about my skin. What do I use on my skin? How do you keep your skin so nice and, clean and clear? I don't have on any makeup. I have a ton of makeup. However, I don't wear makeup every day. It's just because I like clean skin. I like to wash my face several times a day. And that's kind of why I don't wear makeup like that. It's not because I don't like it. I actually do. But like I said, I like to wash my face a lot. So I wear makeup, but I just don't wear it every day. But let's get into my face routine. I'm also going to link this so that you guys can be able to purchase these products from me. So this is what I use as a cleanser. Let me put that close up to here so you guys can see. Now, I am fully aware that some people don't use towels when they wash their face, and that is perfectly fine. It's up to you. I'm old school. I need to be able to rub my face and see the dirt come off. That's just how I am. This is how I am. So I just literally take this cleanser that I just showed y'all. I'm going to put some on my towel just because I'm a towel girl. Some of y'all don't use towels. Hey, if you don't use a towel, that's up to you. But I'm going to put it on my towel here, and then I'm going to wet it because that's just how I do. That's what I do, and y'all do what y'all do. And I pretty much just wash this into my face. Obviously, if you guys just use your hand, then you just rub it.
Yeah.
You just rub it. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rinse it off. So now I have rinsed it off my face. The cleanser is off. I have rinsed, cleaned my face. Now I'm going to dry my face with the towel. Of course, you know, make sure you're using a clean towel for your face. I'm going to dry my face as much as I can. That's all done. All right. Now I'm just gonna go backwards again. This is called the Resurface Refining Cleanser right here. Here's the box that it comes in, okay? So that is step one. Always use, you gotta clean your face, right? Now, the next thing that I do, and I don't think that this goes in any order. The first thing you just need to make sure is that you are in fact washing your face, okay? Now, the next thing that I do is I do the vitamin C glow serum. That's right here. I'm going to take it out of the box. This is what it looks like, okay? And now what I do is I take, and listen y'all, sometimes I use too much of products. Don't be like me, because you don't need but a squeeze, okay? This is all you need, okay? A squeeze. But me, this is what I be doing. 2 squeezes, because I'm just extra like that, okay? So this, you're going to put on your face, rub it. You don't need to put it on your lips. You don't need to put it on your eyes. You don't need to put it on your eyebrows. If y'all notice, I try to avoid my eyebrows, and that is simply because I have them done professionally. And when you put product on it, I notice that it makes them lighten. Now, if you don't get your eyebrows done, you don't need to worry about this. Now, this is the vitamin C glow serum, okay? Vitamin C is really good for your skin. Now, as that dries, you will notice when you put that on, it's a little thick. Reason why I did not need to use 2 pumps, but like I told y'all, I am extra, and that's just what I do. So let that dry. Like right now, I can tell that it is totally dry. The next thing that I put on my skin is the eye cream. Right here. This is the eye cream. Put that on. Now this is for day. I know some of y'all probably wondering, eye cream, don't you put that on at night?
Yeah, that's what I was
do
thinking.
have a regimen that I do at night. Yeah, this But is for day. this video,
Yeah.
this is a morning routine, and I told y'all I'd be a little extra with stuff, and I was a little extra with this eye cream because look at all this I got left. And also too, guys, with this vitamin C serum, you also can put this on your neck, so don't forget to do that. I'm
really big on skincare.
Me too. I have a line I sell on Etsy.
Extra, so
So
don't be like me.
Oh, okay.
And that
Yeah.
is pretty much what I do every day in terms of my face care. Again, I do not wear makeup every day. I love makeup. I have a whole bunch of it, but that is pretty much my skin routine every day. Now, of course, if you guys are wearing makeup, this is good for your cleaning your face. Obviously, if you're gonna wear makeup, there will be another set of things that you would need to do before you put on your makeup, as far as, putting on you some kind of moisturizer, because when you put on makeup, it does typically, it can dry your skin. So you would have to add on a moisturizer. So this is, again, my routine for my everyday look. I'm going to link these products so that you guys will be able to directly purchase. Now, I just brought up that video, y'all, because we was talking about skincare. Now, I like makeup. I'm just really into my regular skin because I'm not going to wear makeup every day. So if I don't want to wear makeup, I don't want to have raggedy skin. So I just wanted to show y'all that. So I like makeup. I like the weave. And I actually like the way Porsha looks. I know somebody put in the chat why we're not giving her credit. I'm not sure. When you joined, what we were saying was we didn't feel, I think cosmetic surgery is definitely something if you want to do it. But like they were saying in the chat, do it in moderation. Like, you don't want to overdo it. And I think sometimes people can overdo it. And keep in mind too, Porsha is still young. Like, she's not old like that. Like, I feel like if you start honing down on the plastic surgery too early, and when you don't really need it, what the hell you gonna do later on? Like, you're gonna,
Well, Lakeysha, it's just like it's what we're seeing on social media. Like with women, you're seeing all these girls with the BBLs and the bodies that are not like natural versus when you saw women in the 90s, they just were slim, natural looking and all this other stuff. So now you have this unattainable standard of beauty from, I think, honestly, from the stripper culture. Like, everybody wants to have the super big butt, but the very small waist.
Right.
And even with men, like, you see everybody's a personal trainer or a bodybuilder. So we have to really get back to the basics. And I honestly think all these girls are going to regret it when all these trends pass and the BBL is not going to be a thing no more. And men start liking real slim women again. You know what I'm saying? Like, things go through trends and people have to be careful with, wanting to do all this extreme stuff to be like everybody else. Because what happens when people are like, no, I don't want to have a smelly butt. They say, they say that the BBL.
Wait a minute. When I heard that shit, I said, thank you, Jesus. I never got that. Listen, I would hate myself if I got something like that. I cannot even deal with smell. So imagine this your body and you keep smelling stuff. There would be no way in hell. Yes, I heard about that. But what I was told, though, is they say the smell comes from an infection that you had during the time you were healing, and maybe you just didn't know about it. But the disadvantage to that is now you're going to be smelling like shit forever. Oh, no.
Right. And also, it's a sensitive area because you're using the bathroom, and then you also got blood and discharge going on in that section. So if you're not being super clean, then that's how that infection happens. But what I just don't understand is, to be honest with you, and I'm a man, even though I'm gay, men will sleep with anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all see these bodies and stuff on the internet. These men just want to play around with these girls with these over voluptuous bodies. But as far as women that they want a wife, they don't care whether you have a super huge butt or if you're like petite. Look at Naomi Campbell. She's like gorgeous and she's really small and petite. So I just think that a lot of women are just taking it overboard. And if you've seen all those girls, I live in New York, all these girls was going to the Dominican Republic and they was dying because those doctors down there weren't certified, or they were operating on too many bodies in one day. So you got to be very careful, because you can go and get one of them surgeries, and, girls lie to some of their doctors too. They're like, oh, because you know how they do the assessment, and they're like, oh, do you have any type of heart problems, this, that? And these girls are dying on the operating table. It's like, is it worth it?
Right. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at Porsha's picture that Lily sent, Porsha actually had some face work done. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, you can see it on the nose.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
So she got her nose like tipped. They do the little Stacey Dash.
Right. It looks like
you can see it from her profile picture when she had the hair up.
Look,
like her nose
not
is
even the same person.
No,
but not even the same person.
But I like when girls do like the Beyonce, like allegedly nose job where it's just lightly touched. Like Black people, when it comes down to plastic surgery, you have to do it very minimally. When you're doing that real over the top
Porsha
whatever.
definitely had a nose done. It even looked like her eyes even look a little different or something. Like, yeah, I didn't even realize that.
Well, you know what it
I
is
think
too
it's
is
the
because of the
makeup.
fillers. No, it's the fillers.
The
Probably.
fillers.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the fillers are all in her cheeks, so her eyes are achieving like the smaller look. And then she got her lips done too, because her lips, look at her upper lip there compared to the picture that you have on the main screen.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Definitely the nose. You're right. Lips, nose, and cheeks. Yeah,
Look at her lips, yep.
you
And
are
then the
absolutely
cheeks,
right.
but it's like, girl, like you are young, like she don't need all that. And I get it. Everybody's not meant to be drop dead gorgeous, but it's like Porsha was already beautiful as she was. And there's a lot of makeup tricks you can do to achieve certain looks. Now it's like, if you get all that stuff done, now you're stuck with it.
That's the
Right.
thing. They don't realize that they stuck with it.
Because they have this trend where it's called a Russian lip. I have it naturally, but it's like they're going for that crease at the top that she has. And it's really weird, I think, for black women to do that because we as black people, we have full lips. So what's the point of doing that?
Wasn't a trend before that people was putting their lips inside some type of bottle to make it bigger?
Yeah, but people were going to the emergency room because you heard about that. All the blood vessels go to your lip
Yeah.
or something like that.
Oh, that was a trend that was going on.
Yeah, it was like some type of challenge or something.
I think it was one of the Kardashian sisters.
Yeah, they put their lips in like a jar or something. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. I remember it was years ago.
Wow.
And one of the Kardashians' little sisters, like she had big lips, but people didn't realize she used some type of makeup to make her lips look big.
Well, they were also doing that challenge, and some people, like I said, they were going to the ER because their blood vessels were being constricted.
Yeah, I didn't realize though until Lily sent me this picture that Porsha does look very, very, very different. I didn't even realize that. Like,
but it's also for Instagram, like that picture that you have up there, she's probably face tuned it. She's got the lighting and all that other stuff. Like these people on Instagram don't look the same as in person.
Oh, that is true. Some Lily said it could be contouring because some people can contour that damn nose so good that it looks like a different nose. But I think you know why I think it's
No, she got it done.
No, that's a different nose because I've looked at some other pictures of her and it's that same nose. So she definitely had her nose done because I was just
she got it.
Pictures.
If you look at how you could tell is if you look at the tip.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Look at this one. You look at this one right here. I found a few other pictures. Somebody said
and her nostrils are slightly different.
Yeah, look at this. You see, look at that. She had her nose done. That's not the same nose. You can look right there.
But what would possess her to put that picture up?
I think she said it's what I think she was doing some kind of hair growth thing or something.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the downfall of a lot of women that are trying to be like, look at my natural hair. Like, if you're not that girl, don't do it.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of women don't take care of their natural hair either.
That was a thing. They got to take care of it to show it.
Yeah, but I feel like it gets to a point where you're oversharing. And that picture was definitely something that we did not need to see. Like, that hair is awful. It looks like damage. It looks like jerry curls. It looks awful.
Right. Yeah. A lot of women do that. I mean, I know so many people that if they take the damn wigs off, and I'm like, listen, before I can put any weave on my hair, I got to take care of my natural hair.
You have to.
Everybody not like that.
But she should cut it all off and start over because it's looks like it's chemically treated.
Somebody said, low key, I may need to get whatever she got done to her nose.
But if you look at her nose, it looks swollen. So was that the time when she just got it done? Because it looks like, like when you get your nose done, it takes a few months for it to go down.
I don't know. To be honest, Porsha looked very different when she came on, with as Cordell's wife. And to be honest, I don't even remember when she started looking different. When Lily sent me that picture, I just realized, like, wait a minute, this is how she used to look.
That's
Somebody
a good
asked.
question because I didn't
Yeah,
realize
go ahead.
Porsha looked different.
Oh, this a
Oh,
good
Said
yeah.
something.
Well,
Someone said Nene work.
Well,
well,
you know what?
MG, can I call you that? Cynthia was the one who came out and started talking about it, and she was saying all the girls were going to go get fillers, and it was all going to the same person. And then they were also, advertising the doctors on their pages too. So I guess they were getting some type of discount for doing that.
For real?
So,
So
yeah,
this
because
is
they advertise the doctors. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Nene was on it too. So my take on Nene is almost 60 years old. I feel like when you get older and you want to do that, that's fine. I mean, she living her best life. I just feel like when you're younger, I mean, if you're going to be doing all the plastic surgery now, what the hell you going to do when you get 55? Like, you're going to be done. I like Nene's look. I think, hey.
Well, I personally think Lakeysha with Nene's look, this is just my opinion. I think she was better towards, like, what was that season where they were all wearing the all white for the reunion?
Oh, that was during the pandemic.
Pandemic.
No. The one before that where Claudia was on it.
Oh, damn. What season was that?
That was a long time ago.
That was with Cynthia and Phaedra was having their little back and forth. I felt like that was her best look. Like, to be honest with you, I think she still looks. Yeah, when she had the when all the girls came out.
Ponytail.
It wasn't like a pony. No. She had like a flip. It was a season where Claudia was on it.
You better take it all the way back because I got.
Yeah, it was a season where Claudia was on it. They was all dressed in white. And Cynthia and Phaedra had the nasty reading session where Phaedra was talking about Captain Crunch and Cynthia was calling her a head doctor. That season is when Nene's work was the best, to be honest with you, because it was still natural.
Was she pregnant then?
Who?
Phaedra.
No, Nene.
Oh, with her second child?
I don't remember, but I Phaedra was. I know she was pregnant back then. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, whatever season Claudia was on, that was her best look. Like,
somebody said season 7.
I think so. But it's just my opinion. I think her work is still great now, but like her nose, the problem with Nene's work to me is that if you keep getting your nose done over and over and over and over again, it will collapse. And that's what's happening to Janet Jackson right now.
She said she only got it done one time.
No, she got it done twice.
You think twice?
Nah, she got it done more than
at least.
Okay, I see. I looked it up too. Oh yeah, she did.
I know what you're saying. Okay. I just
found
talking about this one.
Oh, I didn't realize it was wearing all white.
I gotta agree. I didn't even think about that. You were right too. She did. Now she did look very natural here.
All the girls looked great that season.
You're right. So this is a different nose. Wait a minute. This is a different nose.
Yeah, she got it chopped down even more.
You said chopped down.
But see, the problem with it is. See, with black noses, like not all black, some people have like thinner noses. We all have different types. Because I have a thinner bridge. The thing is, when you have a wider nose like Nene's, it's like they have something called ethnic rhinoplasty. If you look it up, that's what's meant for black noses. If you keep going for those extreme noses, it collapses. And then you end up having breathing problems or like, it's like, I'm not trying to be funny. Look at Janet Jackson. Like she gets good makeup artists to like cover it so you can't see it. But like they're saying that her nose is going to eventually collapse because it was done so dramatically, and I fear that Nene, that's going to happen to hers.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I always ask about the nose jobs, how it's going to affect them when they get older.
Yeah,
there's 3 times. That's in my opinion. See, that's too much.
Yeah, because a lot of the nose jobs that are done are more made for white people. It's not made for us. So they have specific surgeons that know how to deal with our noses, that know how to do it more natural looking. And that's what I'm going to say allegedly, because I don't want to get you in trouble. Whereas like more like the Beyonce, Tyra Banks nose job, like it doesn't look like they did much until you really look closely at it.
Yeah, so
But
I
Nene,
have to agree with you. I think Nene's the look that we just looked at, she did look more natural there. But I think when you get to a certain age, you really don't give a damn about looking natural. You just like, I want that look. So she probably don't care. Like I don't think she cares. She probably just
well, Nene has a great glam team. That's the beauty of it, and she
Mhm.
has an amazing makeup artist, and she's very stylish. So
Right.
she puts it all together. It's like the whole whatever. But like Porsha has her good days where she looks. Portia's just like a baddie. She's not like a real fashion girl, but she's just more
Right.
like the hair, the
Right.
teeth, the I'm pretty. But the
Right.
problem is like, girl, you only 42, 43. Like you have more time to go.
I agree with that. She's more like the baddie, the looks, the hair, the style and
Yeah.
stuff. That's smart, but the baddie, the
Right.
looks.
Portia's in that Brit Edie lane,
Mhm.
like they're really pretty, but I don't care for their fashions as that much, but Nene knows how to put it all together. And I think that's what
Mhm.
we're not looking at is Nene has style. So her looks and her fashion pulls it all together.
Right. Now, somebody said, I'm tired of the blonde hair. What's up with all the dark skinned women wanting to wear blonde wigs all the
Hmm.
time?
Yeah,
You,
I agree with you because Phaedra got the fish face and she keeps putting on those blonde wigs. And it's Phaedra is like, to me, it's like she's having like a midlife crisis. Because did you see her at the last reunion?
yeah.
Which one? The
What she had on,
Real
that was a
House.
mess.
She had on the
A mess.
tie,
A mess.
those tie ceremony dancer thing
Well, let me
headpieces.
see. Which show was she on? The Real House of Atlanta.
Real.
Yeah, the last season. She had on this big golden
Last. Okay.
headpiece.
Yeah,
And
she
Phaedra's a
did.
small girl. She shouldn't be putting on all of that.
Yeah, she looked at a mess.
I'm
Yeah,
looking at what was the
I
last
like
season? Was that 14?
16. That was
6. Oh damn.
16.
You see how far
Phaedra is
behind.
trying to be a baddie,
16.
and she's not. Like
You
Oh
are
my
so
goodness, what's going
funny.
on Phaedra's face?
This shit
she,
looked at a mess. She looked it like a fool. This right here. What is
Why
this?
it was
Phaedra's face
very
look
drag
like
queen
on
like.
her cheeks?
It looks. Wait a minute. Let's see this right here. What the
Yeah,
fuck is this?
I told you she has that
That's
blowfish look.
That don't even. Yeah, she looked in. Look at this.
And then like
She's
the
so
who styled her?
uncomfortable though.
and then it's two and then I'm sort of insulted because I'm Caribbean. It was, they go for like the theme of whatever their vacation was.
Right.
Phaedra was trying to do some
Mhm.
type of carnival and it just didn't land. It looked like the Thailand, the lady boy type thing. It
It
was a
looked
lot
like
going
a
on.
mermaid.
I really like
It looked like
Porsche's though. I really like Porsche's. Porsche's was nice.
Well, Portia's well proportioned. I feel like Phaedra, unfortunately, I'm not saying this towards my short girls. If you're 5'2", you can't be doing all of that. Like,
Yeah,
you got to keep it simpler, and you can't. Phaedra has a nice body. I'll give her that. But like, you can't do the theatrics when you're like 5'2".
that
Like,
shit
you
on
just
your head, and yeah, that was too much. That was too much.
yeah. I think Porsha, Shamia look good. Drew looked all right. Um, I don't know. It just went a little downhill. I miss when the girls was really coming through in looks. Kenya, that's what they should have had Kenya this year. Kenya never misses either. Y'all can say many things about that lady, but her reunion looks are always pretty good too.
oh, she don't miss
Wait a
no heat.
minute.
Okay.
Kay said Phaedra is not attractive to me at all. The way she moves her mouth and those noises she makes. Y'all know Phaedra. Ooh.
But I also feel like
yeah.
for me, I don't like Phaedra because of the things she does. Like she lies, she does a lot of vindictive things. She'll hold a grudge against you for forever. She's very she's an acquired taste for me because like the whole thing she did to Candy, and then like it's just crazy. Like
Yeah, Phaedra is a little bit too fake, and she's never being authentic, which is irritating.
I agree with you. I think Andy likes her for some reason. I think that Andy didn't like Kenya ever since she did that interview with Carlos King. But I think Kenya is great TV personally, but I just don't understand why Kenya went as far as doing the opening and deciding to. But then, was it you talking about this the other day that Porsha's going to be exposed for putting the bug in Kenya's ear for like doing that expose?
No, it wasn't me.
Yeah, somebody. So I'm sorry. It was another vlogger talking about Porsha possibly talked to Kenya before that whole thing went down. So it was a mess. But
oh, so they're saying that Porsha possibly was the one that told Kenya to do that? Is that what you're saying?
no. Like Porsha knew about it allegedly.
Oh.
So you know how Porsha does this thing where she gets into interviews and I can't believe she did that.
Right.
Porsha's very fake too.
Oh,
so
absolutely. So I would believe that because that's who she is. Now let me just tell y'all, since we bringing up that, let me just let y'all know this. Remember I told y'all I talked to Simon, and the reason why I didn't record it because it wasn't like about one thing. Like it was like we talk about this and then it's talk about that. So it was just like kind of like all over the place. Now,
right.
One of the things that he shared with me. Now, y'all remember when the Real Housewives of Atlanta came on and then it went off and they kept saying, you know, they didn't know when it was going to come back on. And then they did a hiatus and then you had Kandi and all of the girls were waiting for their contracts. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that?
I think so. I think but enlighten me more on it.
So what ended up happening is y'all remember they put it on a hold. They put Real Housewives of Atlanta on a hold because you remember it was on a hold for, was it like a year and a half or something? But Kandi said she was waiting on her contract. Kenya was waiting on hers. Obviously, they didn't bring Sheree back. So some people didn't come back. Well, here's the deal. This is what Simon did tell me. He did tell me this. So Porsha had been in negotiations the entire time. So when, you know, Kandi was waiting and then, you know, obviously Kandi never came back. Simon told me Porsha would reach out to Kandi to see, you know, like a, you know, little friendly thing, you know, hey, how you doing? How's everything going with your negotiations? At this time, you know, Kandi had been doing interviews and she said, you know, we're just waiting to find out. Well, Porsha had been in communication already with the network and was working on negotiating herself a huge contract, which would have meant, you know, how the budget works. They have, you know, these different people, then they pay whatever it is that they're going to pay them. What Simon told me about Porsha is she was trying to find out what was going on with Kandi's negotiations because she knew that she was negotiating the entire time.
Yeah, because Kandi was the highest paid.
Right. So she never, you know, really came out and said what was going on with her. You know what I mean? So just really being really sneaky and, you know, dirty. And if you're negotiating, you would say, well, girl, I was just checking because, you know, I'm in negotiation. So she was doing it really sneaky, like in a
I wouldn't be surprised if this might be Porsha's last season because think about it. She can't film in the house. She has a gag order on that. And then she doesn't really have a storyline. And Andy wanted her to come back based on the storyline of being married to Simon. And then it just all fell flat.
That's true. So that's that is exactly what happened. They wanted to see if they were going to be able to get Porsha back. So they put everybody on hold because Porsha was supposed to be the leading lady. Like she was supposed to come in there and didn't do SHIT. So Porsha was supposed to have been the one that they thought was really going to do something and she didn't do shit. Now though, she actually can film in the house now. So she can now, but I mean, the season is over.
And also on top of that, the Simon storyline is gone now. So it's like, there's no point of the house anymore. And I think she was holding on to that house for pride or something, but it's like, girl, if you use your brain, you are one woman, you got one daughter or whatever like that. You don't need this big ass house. You could get like a nice condo like Nene got and sort of downscale because I honestly personally think that Andy might be getting rid of her because there's no storyline and she just didn't deliver. And they you know how they put them in the last chair when they're getting ready to kick them off. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's next on the chopping block because you have somebody as stellar as 𝐾 coming in. 𝐾 is going to blow her out of the water.
Oh yeah, that is right. I forgot
Okay,
about that.
Michelle
Oh,
is
and
coming on.
Pinky.
Yeah,
And
she's
Pinky. Forgot about
Pinky.
that. Let me just
well,
address
𝐾,
this.
they already showed it. She's in Dallas with all the girls, so they already exposed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They went on a girls trip.
first of all, Wallace Willingham or whoever you are, since you seem to be taking up for Simon and got nothing but good things to say about him, and you think he's not a liar, why don't you go after him? Because we ain't buying it. He's a scammer in my book.
Okay.
First of all, girl, boy, or whoever you are, you sound really dumb. For one, my opinion is my opinion. And I said that, first of all, I'm not even gonna say what I say. You go back and watch the video. You can believe whatever you want to believe. For one, you want me to say good things about Porsha. I'm not sure where you live at, but I live in Georgia where Porsha lives. So unfortunately, I know more than you know. So you can say, you know, Simon is a scammer. I really don't care because you don't live in a $7 million house and neither do I. So my thing is, if he is a scammer and he's able to get away with it, I want to know exactly how he's scamming. You know what I learned about Black people? When you cannot embrace a person's lifestyle, you call them a scammer. You call
It's just
them
like
every
Jay and
name.
Beyonce with the Illuminati.
Right. You call them everything that you can think of, but you have no proof. So I am not going to jump on the bandwagon of calling somebody a scammer just because they're Black and just because the internet wants to call somebody a scammer. Because like I said before, look, I know a lot of scammers, but I don't know no scammers that got $7 million houses and can buy Rolls Royces anytime they want. That's
right, because there's a paper trail, and I 100% agree with you.
Right.
I feel like maybe he may have had shady dealings in the past, allegedly. But
Well,
like you
here's the deal.
said, but hold on, Lakeysha,
43
but
years
it's
ago.
like how you said, I agree with you because it's like you can't scam a $7 million house.
Right.
Where are the receipts?
We gonna keep
Like
saying
there's just no, that's just stupid to scam a $7 million house when the government is already going to be looking at you up and down having that big house.
Well, here's the deal. If he was a scammer, why she marry a scammer then? If he was a scammer, then that means that he can't pay her, right?
Well,
I mean,
well, if he's a scammer, why is y'all calling Shamia's husband a scammer too?
Right.
So you got people in that wealth bracket. It's just y'all don't know people in that wealth bracket, and it's okay.
Okay. So maybe that's what they're saying, Kay. He's a scammer because he was trying to get citizenship. That's all they really have on him. That's nothing compared to the fraud committed on Wall Street every day. So I just don't like to, you know, do what other people do. Show me the proof. Like I'm just
well, no. So actually, let's get it correct. He got in trouble back in the day, and he came back on like some type of forgiveness thing. He could never be a citizen because he always had a record. So he was trying to become a green card holder, and that fell through. So a lot of people don't know the immigration process, and Simon was trying to get his ducks in a row with that. And you know, a lot of people have been in this country. I'm from New York. We have so many people that come from other countries. We have a lot of people that overstayed or didn't get their visa situation correct. And I think that's more of what's going on with Simon's situation. He just got an attorney and they just kept prolonging it and he was able to stay. But now that you have Trump in office now, they're getting rid of all those people.
Oh, they're getting rid of everybody. Did y'all hear about is it the Handy plant? Did y'all hear about that? How they done?
Oh yeah. I posted that on my story, Lakeysha. I was like, yo, because I lived abroad. I said, this makes me want to cry. Like you saw that Mexican lady running?
I don't know if I saw the video. I just saw it on the news.
They had a lady and people in the comments, I will send it to you later, like way after this live stream. But they had this woman, she was recording herself and she was hiding in one of like the air vents.
Oh, I saw that. I did see that. Yes, I saw that. But she got away though, right?
Yeah, but the problem, people are now saying, protect her and blur her face, like whoever was sharing it, because they can go back and look for her.
Right. I think you're talking about the lady she had hid for. Okay, here it is. I found it. Look.
Yeah, that
She
was so
spent
sad.
she spent, they said she hid for 6 hours. I found it. Yes, I just saw that. I was okay. I saw that. Look, here it is right
I
here.
was like, look at the times we living in. I understand that the Latinos voted for them and we like, oh, that's what they voted for. But that just made me like tear up. You know what I'm saying? Because she don't have nothing to do with it.
It says she spent 6 hours.
And can you imagine? Like she got the job there, so she was legal, but they're
Right.
the Trump people, they're just trying to go after people and detain them and make them disappear.
Whoa, 6 hours.
And they were saying, Lakeysha, because this has happened a lot in New York, because you know we're a sanctuary city.
What,
They're
6
detaining
hours?
people. They're detaining
When
people
this
if, like, you know, most people don't walk around with their green cards because if you lose it, it takes months to get it back.
Right.
So if you're not carrying your green card, they're detaining them too. Like they don't have the legal right to live here because they're saying, "Oh, you're illegal too."
Yeah, it's a mess.
So
It's
they
a
got to
mess.
walk around. I always carry ID, of course,
Oh,
but
look where
like,
she was hiding at. Look at this. Did you see that?
yeah, it's the air duct. She was in the
Oh
air
my
duct.
gosh, look at that.
I told you. That was crazy to me. That's like if some hijackers are in the place, you hide in there.
It says 2.5 hours have already passed. It says I've been locked in here for 6 hours already.
No, Kay. So to address Kay's comment, it's a tricky situation. Like I said, a lot of immigrants don't walk around with their green card because if you lose it, I had a friend, he was Dominican. He
Ooh,
lost his green card. It takes months to get it back if you lose it. So a lot of
really?
people don't walk around carrying it. So there's also people that are legally working, but they don't want to lose their card. And if you get detained, they can hold you. They remember that guy they sent to El Salvador illegally, and everybody was championing to get him back.
Right. Listen to this. It says, in regards to the Handy plant, 475 detained. So it says 300 people from South Korea. The majority of the South Koreans were legal.
That's what I'm saying. So they're going just after immigrants. It's not really after just people being illegal. They are just in LA. They were talking about it. They were going to people's graduations and rounding them up. Isn't that
What?
embarrassing? Yeah. When they were having those big riots in LA, it was because these illegal immigrants were taking their kids to their graduations and they had ICE popping out at these graduation ceremonies.
Well, let me tell y'all, this is about to get worse. And I can tell y'all this. Y'all know that, well, I still work for the federal government. I just get paid, but I don't work there no more. They'll be done paying me at the end of this month. But so they were hiring for the immigration position. Now, before they wanted you to be under, I think it was under 30. Now they changed it. You can be any age. They said they got so many applications. So we are living in messed up times, y'all. We're living in some very messed up times. Listen, I could not vote for Trump because I remember what happened when he was in office last time. I didn't care about no tax cuts or all of that bull crap. I cared about morality and where the hell we were going to end up as a world. And we see it like firing Black people in key positions, all of this stuff. I don't care what nobody says. Trump does not like Black people. I don't give a
And
damn
also,
what they say.
but you know where this whole agenda is coming from. White people are intimidated because they're one of the lowest growing populations. So Latinos are the ones that are having babies and they are populating the country. So they're doing all of this specifically because they are threatened that they're going to become the majority. So that was where a lot of this white nationalism came from. And unfortunately, we're seeing it. And I'm like, it's that video broke my heart because I was like, imagine a woman that's not going out here, committing no crimes, doing nothing. She's just working her job. And y'all are sitting here.
Right. Right, right, right. Yeah, I happened to see that. I forgot what it was until I just reminded myself, like, yeah, I did see that video. Hiding for 6 damn hours.
Yeah.
Whew.
And did you see the video where I'm not sure if you did. There was this man that was self-deporting, and they came on the day that he was actually going to the airport, and they said, "You got to come with us." And his family was in the car saying, "No, like we have the self-deportation order. He's going to the airport now." And the people were rounding them up, and who knows what they're doing to these people in these detention centers. So it's very scary.
Very, very, very. You know that one guy, I can't remember his name. Garcia. I just remember Garcia. It's like Alberto Garcia. He was finally let go after months of being, detained.
Is that the guy that they took to El Salvador?
Yes, illegally. Yes.
So is he suing the government?
I think I heard something about that.
That's crazy. Like, so that's why I want people in the comments to understand they're not just because before, in order to be deported, you had to be doing something illegal or like you had to be whatever. Now they're just stopping people and detaining them, and if they're trying to probe you with questions and they're going around the due process, and that's what's scary about this, and the only people that are protected in this is African Americans. But I saw this other video where they went to a group of Haitians had like a barbecue, and them Haitians was fighting back, baby. They was not playing. They was beating them ICE people up. But yeah, they're going into any community and they don't care if you got your papers or not.
Right. So I'm looking it up. So he actually did file a lawsuit. The man said he was tortured. Well, I mean, I could imagine he was.
Mm-hmm.
But he is definitely suing. And it looks like the Trump administration tried to get a federal judge to dismiss it, in which, the federal judge said absolutely not, because they sent that man over there based on lies. It was just,
Right.
Yeah,
They alleged that he was a part of some gang.
Right.
With the Venezuelan people. And it's crazy to me. It's like, I feel like you have to have concrete evidence, or like if the person had a real record or if they overstayed. But it's insane to me how you're just taking people out of their jobs and their factories, and you're not even saying, "Oh, let's go to the company, let's check the paperwork, let's verify it." They're just taking them and arresting them.
Right. Well, we have this president right here. He don't give a damn. He does whatever the hell he wants. And
yeah, did you see what he was doing with the Department of War or something like that?
Yes, he changed it. It's just too much. A lot of times I can't even watch it. I'm like, this shit is just too much. The Department of Defense, this idiot changed it to the Department of War.
Department of War.
Department of War. Like, just this.
Wait a minute.
The Department of War.
And you know what he said? They were saying that he's the mayor of Chicago was telling all the black people to get ready because he's getting ready to send martial law over there. And some of the black people over there, there's this lady, she's annoying. She's like a Republican. She was calling him out at a town hall, and the Democratic mayor of Chicago, he's like, "No, I'm trying to tell y'all, get ready, because these people are coming. Y'all are coming at me for trivial stuff. But this man wants to come over here because everybody's shooting each other up. He wants to come over and shut it down." So what they're doing right now in DC, they're getting ready to do in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they're coming for Chicago, yeah. That's the next stop.
It's
Chicago.
Insane.
It's
like they are spending, but why these mayors are mad is because they're spending over like $1 million a day or something like that on just having them out there.
And people are starving. They done lost their job. I don't know how y'all been at the grocery store, but I said, well, we most definitely finna lose weight up in this bitch because the food costs too much. Like,
it's ridiculous. Everything's going up.
And what's crazy about it is the poor white people are suffering the most, and they're the ones who voted for him.
Yeah, they most definitely.
They're the ones that's going to be affected by the Medicaid cuts and the the food stamps cutbacks and stuff like that. Because if you're able-bodied, if you could work or volunteer, I read the bill. If you could work 20 hours a week, you're fine. But there's a lot of, excuse my language, white people that are in poor health, that smoke cigarettes. Some of them are on ventilators, all of that. Y'all voted for this man and he wants to cut all of y'all off. And we saw what they did last time with the coal miners in Tennessee. It was embarrassing. The CNN correspondents went over there and they said to them, you guys voted for Trump. And Obama had a clause in his Obamacare bill to protect them and their rights for when they retire. So they were sitting there crying on TV. And that's the fascinating thing about white people. They will vote for something and then get on national television talking about they regret what they did. So I'm like, you expect us to have sympathy for you after you, like, it's insane.
I'm glad you brought that up because they always try to make it seem like Black people are the highest number of people that get public assistance.
Not at all.
Effing lie. How could the minority, the smallest population, be getting the most public assistance? White people have always been the number one receivers of public assistance, but they don't tell you that because they want you to think that it's Black people, and it's not. It's not.
And that's why I love that CNN piece that they did, because it was for the first time you saw a poor white community, and they were showing the reality of what's going to happen with that. But it's all about the optics at the end of the day.
Right. We just had somebody join. Hi, how are you?
Hi. Hi. I just want to give a little bit more insight to the Hyundai plant in Georgia. As I have some insider information, won't say how, but they went in, they raided that plant. What they're not saying is that the actual people that they detained, a lot of those South Koreans were only here temporary to actually expand the plant. They're actually building out and expanding. That plant is one of the plants where they decided, Hyundai decided to build in America to produce EV batteries. So for electric cars and stuff, which America wasn't producing any of that. So Hyundai said, hey, we'll invest and we'll come over there and we'll build those plants. Cause we want to get more into semiconductors, building chips ourselves, producing that stuff ourselves, right?
Right.
So they came over and they did that, and they're expanding that plant so that they can increase the jobs. The jobs are supposed to go up to 8,500 jobs. Currently, they employ 1,200 people. Okay, so they're going to employ 8,500 once they finish the expansion. It's a 200. I can't remember how many billion, but it's a lot of billions that they're investing in that. So the crazy thing about it is, I don't know if you saw the Republican Tory Branham or whatever her name is that's running for office in Georgia. She was online bragging, I called the tip in. I did it.
I did see her.
So she is bragging, talking about, because they were taking away jobs from Georgia citizens. Ma'am, those people had a temporary... They were a temporary visa to build the plant. They were coming to do testing and all that kind of stuff so that they can get the plant up. And they were leaving, and then train people, leave. And that was jobs going to be open. Now, Hyundai is actually saying, also, when they did that, South Korea, not trusting America, sent their ambassadors from DC and also from Atlanta down there and said, hey, get involved and handle that. We don't trust how they will handle our people. We don't want our people lost in the system, and sent to some other countries. So they came down and they negotiated now, and they're going to actually deport their people out with a private plane, 300 of their people out with a private plane. And they're also arranging it so that those people can re-enter into America without, because once they deport you can't re-enter. So it's a voluntary deportation that they're saying, and they're saying that they're trying to negotiate that they can re-enter, because right now they're saying that plant, the expansion is on hold.
Right.
And the crazy thing about it was last week, Japan and South Korea just did a deal with the United States and promised to invest another $150 billion into infrastructure and building things in the United States. South Korea already promised 250, and then they were promising another $100 billion. So 250, that's $350 billion that they're going to be investing in building plants and stuff, because the U.S. is interested in, like I said, making chips, so we don't have to depend on, Taiwan, which I'm in that industry and securities and stuff. And so, like 85% of our processing chips, microprocessing chips, made in Taiwan.
But they should be able to sue too, because if they were legal, I'm sorry to cut you off. If they were legally there and they were doing a project that they were supposed to be doing, like that's crazy to have them even voluntarily deport if they were there for the reason why they were doing it.
Well, here's the thing. And I've lived abroad. I've traveled abroad a lot. You said you've lived abroad. Here's the thing that a lot of Americans don't know, that Korea, once they did that, they put an advisory out that they're saying anybody that's here on business, anything, they advise them to go ahead and leave the country. And they're putting the advisory on traveling to the U.S. right now.
That's not good.
And
he's messing us up. Trump is ruining this. He's ruining this damn country.
Well, they should be able to be sued, because it sounds like to me a false alarm.
Well, they probably are. They're going to say, they're going to come up with all kind of reasons and all that. Right. Here's the thing. Nobody's really had, except for one of the universities, I think recently, Columbia or somebody, that sued the Trump administration, and actually they're getting somewhere with it. Most other people are not getting anywhere with suing that administration.
Right.
Because of the corruption that he's already have in place in the federal judicial system. Right. So I understand there is two of the Korean workers that there's a lawyer. I did read an article on their lawyer was talking. And so she's, saying how she's going to go to bat or da. But South Korea right now, they sent their prime minister and say, you go over there and you fly back without people. So
see, the only problem for me is that they lack agency in terms of they're not citizens. You know what I'm saying? Because if they were citizens, any citizen here would have just sued. But they're trying to come back. So that makes it trickier. But it's unfortunate because how are you calling, you're telling everybody that you made this call, but it was a false call.
Well, and the way that they're painting the narrative too, I can't stand it, because they're painting the narrative like, all these people are illegal, all these people. Now they were. Yeah, they weren't. The majority of the South Koreans weren't. Now the other 175, I don't know the origin or where they're from. So 300 is South Korean. But and there may have been one or two that came over the border and all that. So they're using that story to sound like all of them came across the border.
To be honest with you, that's not true, because if you know anything about immigration, a lot of people that are crossing the border are doing those under the table jobs at Home Depot, or when people need to paint people's houses, stuff like that, or in the kitchens. So I believe that a lot of people at that plant actually did have their papers. The problem is, like I was saying before, a lot of immigrants don't walk around with their green cards, because like I said, I had a friend from the Dominican Republic. He lost his, and it takes months to get it back if you lose it. If you lose your wallet, for instance. So
here's the thing,
most people are not walking around with their papers.
You're absolutely right. And here's the thing, they're not asking for the papers. If you have fit the profile, they're just locking you up. So, and then they'll ask questions later. They already said once they got them down there, all of the people are still detained. Nobody is arrested yet. Remember, they tried to say they had illegal activities and all that. No illegal activities have been found yet. So nobody's arrested yet. And so you're correct, because here's what I'm telling people too. American citizens better start walking around with your passport.
Right.
Okay?
Or your ID.
Yeah, well, the only ID that's going to count is the real ID, because an immigrant can also get a driver's license. So you better have that real ID, where you have to have your birth certificate to prove that you're a citizen to get the real ID, or your passport. Those are the only two documentation that actually prove that you're a citizen, or your birth certificate.
Let me jump in real quick here, because the conversation's going. So the thing is, if you do the research on the plant in Georgia and the plant that's in Alabama, it is a known fact, a documented fact, that they have minors working in those plants, which they should not be there. They also have people that come over on H-1B visas. And I can attest to this because I know about it. They have entire developments, housing developments that house multiple Asians in homes that work in those plants. But they don't talk about that on television. The only people they talk about are the Hispanics.
Right.
So that's the only thing that they talk about. A lot of people come over here on these airplanes and never go back, and they overstay or they disappear. So
that's why it was such a joke when Trump built that wall, is because most immigrants that are illegal overstay their visa by plane. So you're absolutely 100% correct.
But what they don't talk about is the Europeans actually. There are a lot of Europeans that actually overstay their visa.
And you know why they're not profiled? Because of the color of their skin.
And I think Kay wants to say something, guys.
Oh, I already said it. You know, talking about the different communities.
Okay, that was you.
Yeah, one of my grandmother's development in Montgomery, Alabama. The plant's not too far from where she lives, or she lived. She's passed on. But the neighborhood is full of, 3 and 4 bedroom homes. But if you look at some of the houses, it's full of multiples and multiples. I don't know what part of Asia they come from, but they all work at the Hyundai plant. They never talk about that on television. And it's because conservatives love cheap labor. They only want to talk about the Hispanics. But it's a known fact. You can go to Montgomery, Alabama. You see a lot of communities are housing a lot of Asians that work in those plants.
Well, I'll say this though, because just because they're housing communities and a community of people in those plants like that doesn't mean it's illegal. I have been housed in compounds like that in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, different places for the work that I do. So when we're building new plants, all that kind of stuff, they do this. America does the same thing. They hire a lot of contracting workers. We're sent over there, and we're housed in different compounds just the same.
Right, and that's really understandable. So what's the difference between the Hispanics that are doing it and the people that come from Asian countries that overstay? That's the only thing I'm getting at. That's the only
Kay, I think so. What you're saying, I think the only problem that presents is if the house is not zoned in that way for that. Like if it's not a multi residential unit or something. Because in New York, we have laws where they were cracking down on people trying to turn their homes into like B&Bs or like multi apartments. Like we have laws against that. So I know it matters when it comes down to that. But if you have a house, you could put, and you're not paying rent there or anything like that, and the company is just housing them, they can do whatever they want.
It's not so much about the housing that I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the underlying factor is that it's not just Hispanics.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from. Yeah.
And I was talking about that earlier, Kay.
Yes.
Where they're going after them because they're the highest growing, they're having the most babies right now. So white Black people are having declining population rates. Latinos are having more and more babies. So this is why they're targeting that specific group.
Earlier, they tend to vote more conservative because they're hardworking. They believe in working for everything that they earn, and they get here and they're one generation removed from illegal immigration and forget who the hell they are. I mean, that is a known fact. I mean, I will vote for Donald Trump. These people, they're conservatives. They're not in the middle. They're not liberal. They're conservatives.
It's that weird complex where I describe it like this to Black people. It's like the people that talk down about the people on food stamps. It's like they feel like they're better because they got a city job, they're working, but they're really not that much higher than the person on food stamps. The Latinos have the same complex. They come over, some of them get their papers, and then they start talking this talk of, oh, I got it the right way. I did it the right way. No, nobody did it the right way. Everybody, when you come over here to immigrate, you get an attorney, and if you have access to an immigration lawyer, they sort you out. But nobody comes over here the right way. So it's people trying to put down other people, and it's unfortunate because they're the ones being targeted.
Yeah, I have to agree with you because even when you buy your damn food, it seems like you got the same amount of money because that damn food costs too much.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was in the store yesterday buying some groceries, Keisha, and I was walking by. There was a white couple there, and they look middle class. You know, I'm just saying per looks. You know how you just make an assumption, right?
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know what economic class they're from, but they were looking like at the stores and like they were like having a kind of discussion. And the reason I think I noticed they look middle class is because I've never seen a middle class white person stand there and have a discussion about the prices of food like that. So, and I walked by
Right.
them and I thought, it's expensive, isn't it? He's like, yes. He was like, everything's $100 now. One bag is $100. I said, exactly. I said those egg prices now that everybody was going kind of crazy over the eggs, but now it seems like everything else went up. And I just walked off and left it like that because I don't know what their persuasion is, or
Right.
And
And that's what I said. I said people were complaining about freaking damn eggs. What has happened? Everything. Listen, I used to go. I don't even like going to the store buying a whole bunch of food now because the shit costs so much. I'm like, look, we just gonna buy the stuff we really gonna eat. I'm tired of
Right.
buying all this food. Sometimes y'all don't eat it, so we gonna figure out what we gonna eat, and then we gonna go buy that food. Because I'm just like,
Exactly.
Make
Or
that
you
list.
gotta plan out you gotta buy your meats and stock up for the month, or have your pantry items and go about it that way, because it's really crazy right now. But also, they're saying this ties into extravagance point. They're saying that America is having the highest rate of numbers of people leaving the country right now, and they're actually moving to work as digital nomads, as online remote in Thailand, because young professionals are like, we just cannot afford to be here.
listen, it's very high. Like I
It
know
is.
a few
The
people
price of
that
living.
have left the country and they're living on the lake for not even $1,000. So
Right.
it's very high.
Oh yeah, they live in a lake or the boat.
Mhm.
They live in like Thailand and Mexico, Colombia, all these different places, because it's too expensive to live here, and they can take their salary and live like kings abroad.
Right,
So
right.
America was even trying to crack down on that. By some jobs were trying to, because they have to pay double taxes, they were trying to say, oh, you have to have a remote job in America. It's a mess. But they're saying under this administration, we have the highest number of people renouncing their citizenship or moving to other countries.
Yeah.
well, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm finished.
I was going to say, did you guys see what happened in Vietnam and Thailand now, though? There
No.
a lot of the expats, like people who moved over from different countries, got their bank accounts and stuff locked out because they're saying you don't have the
You said
proper
Thailand?
identification. Thailand and Vietnam. I just watched the
Vietnam,
video. And it was with the World Economic Forum that they had like this big meeting at the World Economic Forum. And what they're doing is trying to go to digital verification. So they want to tie your biometrics to your bank account, to everything. And they want to kind of tie it all together. And if you don't have the proper identification or anything like that, they're kind of like saying, they did that. And I can send you or put a link in the chat for that video, so you can see the video. But I've been watching that because my sister actually is trying to go, over to Vietnam, move over to Vietnam. And so she's very curious about what's all going in there. And that kind of disturbed her a little piece because of that.
Yeah.
But they're just, she doesn't like the whole biometrics thing, They wanted your passport, everything has to be tied to like one ID and all your biometrics.
Well, in China, they've been doing that for quite some time. Everything is linked to like this QR code. Because when I was in China, they used that to pay for everything.
And that's what they're doing.
But the problem is, and this is the issue I have too, because I lived abroad in New Zealand, a lot of those electronic things, like this is one of the parts of why, like America, you're able to still use cash and a bank account, and you still have freedom of movement of having money that's not documented. And a lot of other countries, they're doing that specifically because they want to keep tabs of every single little penny that you have. So that's a bad thing. And the government wants to control people like that, because I was seeing when I was living in New Zealand, there's women that are like sex workers because it's illegal. I don't want to use that word, but for the blog, but they're being taxed because every time they deposit money in their account, the government is like, where did you get this money from? Whereas America, you can have stash on you, you know what I'm saying? And nobody's questioning it. So it's scary that the world's moving into digital, because they're going to keep track of every little thing that you're doing. And,
Yeah, imagine somebody asking you, where did you get the money from? Shit, I don't know. Sometimes I just be having cash.
Right. But in other countries, they don't play that. A lot of Asian countries, they want to know every single little nickel and dime, where it's coming from.
Yes, and that is one of the things they're doing. Also, other countries. Go ahead.
Oh no, I would say I'm not surprised that every countries are catching up with China as in digital stuff. Everything's digital.
Well, they discussed it at the World Economic Forum, which the U.S. was excluded from this year or did not attend, and they just had that discussion. And then Vietnam just came and boom, did it. And it threw everybody off for a loop, because a lot of people were locked out of their bank accounts. And so, and that's how I found out about it, because Vietnam just came and just implemented it, so soon. And so the video came out, like there's a lawyer there in Vietnam that's talking about it, because he helped people with like immigration and immigrating over. And so he was talking about it.
And also, the reason why that's scary is a lot of countries, you have to pay your rent with your bank account. It's not like America where we can do checks. A lot of countries around the world, you transfer the money directly to your landlord. So if you're locked out of your account.
And that's what he said. A lot of people found themselves not able to do anything and not able to verify their identity. So they were kind of in a mess. And so, yeah, that was one of the things I saw earlier today. But can I just give this is just my theory on kind of what they're trying to do. I think a lot of what's going on in America is about the 1%. Right? Economically. And so what I really feel like they're trying to do is really crash the economy, crash all of our hopes and dreams, so that when a lot of these countries that have places in Indonesia,
Extravagant, you're echoing.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay,
you're echoing.
How about now?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay, let's stay here. Okay, so a lot of the 1% have factories and stuff over in Indonesia and Malaysia, these different places. And I think they're trying to crash the economy. So here, get rid of the immigrant workers who work under the table and for lower wages. And now our jobs are also going away, not mine, but people's jobs are going away to the point where they can move those factories back and people are going to work for $5 an hour because there's no jobs, and I'm going to take whatever I can take. I think they're tired of having those plants over there, and we want to move it back, but we can't pay those wages that Americans want to get.
Well, to add to that, what's going to be crazy if they do that is we're going to have to spend more for the product, because if they have to ship it from overseas, we pay for it.
Well, but here's the thing. If it's all about the 1%, right, and keeping the 1% in control and increasing their profits, then that works better for them. First of all, you're working for low wages. You barely can pay your rent. You got to pay more for the product. That makes you more loyal to this job, right? Well, it ties you to this job, because what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
You there is no... Oh, go ahead.
But I was explaining to a lot of people that are like middle class, I'm well traveled. So if you go to countries like South Africa and Brazil, where unemployment is really bad and you just have the rich and the poor, things are going to get very violent. And that's why I'm just saying that when people are like, oh, this person's on food stamps, this person's on Section 8, and they're judging them, I'm like, these systems are in place so we can have security. Mind your business, because this is what's keeping our country afloat and safe. Now, when you go into Brazil and South Africa and people don't have no jobs, what are they doing? They're carjacking people's cars. They are kidnapping them.
Pickpocketing.
They are unaliving people, all of that. So
going to these farms in South Africa and shooting folks up. Yeah, I've been traveled as well, and
It's
spent a considerable time in South Africa. And also,
yeah,
what I
it's
always put,
insane.
it's insane. And I told people that I said it's funny because I feel like, and I've been telling them that for a while, like America is trending towards a third world country. I
It
feel it
is.
because I travel to third world countries, and then when I come back, I see certain trends, and I'm like, "Ooh, this ain't good." And and so I feel like that's where they want us to be, though. They want the
Right.
1%, and they want the rest of us poor. They don't want any of that middle in between, and you feel
That's
like
what
your
it
life is
seems
okay.
like. That's
They want the
exactly what it seems
1%,
like.
and when they have the rest of us poor, you have people who will work for what? Cheap wages. The same way they got the Vietnamese people, the Asian, whatever Asian people that they have in these houses and compounds and paying them less, or Hispanic
Yeah.
people. They want all of us there.
But
Okay.
also, you're seeing the mental health and drug addict, basically situation going on too. Because have you noticed in all these major cities where rent has gone up, you're seeing a lot more drug addicts, you're seeing a lot more people in tents, all that stuff. So not only do you have to worry about that, as a society, we're declining, because I came back to New York City and you're just seeing all these people nodding off. It was not the same pre-COVID. So on top of people not being able to afford their rent, like there's a portion of society that's just giving up, and they're like, okay, I'm just gonna go do drugs. So that's another crazy part. And they're not doing anything about the mental health institutions here at all. They're just, the police are letting them out on the streets. So this is further going into like what I was talking about, the chaos that we have to prepare for. Like people might get real savage and they need to rob you or get whatever they need to get. They're going to get it. And you've been to South Africa. The rich live in bubbles.
Yeah, they live. Everybody's gated. First of
in
all,
gated
even the
communities,
common,
they have private security.
even the common houses, just the regular houses. A lot of places you travel, actually, you will see this, and you probably see the regular houses. Like we live in a subdivision or whatever, right? There's bars on the windows, bars on the doors. They got a fence around the house. Like there is no, how we're open, our houses, you can see our front yards, you can see our backyard. It is not like that in a lot of countries because of safety, because the economic situation is not good. So people are breaking in and doing whatever. And so, yeah. And then if you do go to, like you said, the more wealthier neighborhoods, yes, there's a guard. Even hotels, like if you go over there in hotels, there's a guard. You got to go through a guard standing there to check your car and all that kind of stuff before you can even go into the parking lot to, get your park your car to go inside your hotel. So yeah, it's not a good look. And like you say, we do have to be prepared for the chaos. We have to be prepared, I feel like, to get in the mind of more communal living, taking care of each other. Like when everybody talk about Black Wall Street, but what they don't understand, the concept of Black Wall Street was actually, they built a whole community. The hospital was Black. The airport was Black. They built a whole community and circulated that money in that community.
Right.
And we're probably going to have to go back to that. But
you see, every time we do that, they destroy it.
Well, I'm saying this time, everybody's going to be poor if they get their wish. You're going to have the 1% and you're going to have the less, and everybody else is less than economically. So I'm just saying, we're going to still have to do it. I don't care if they come destroy it. We're going to have to dig a hole and get to work again. Because listen, at this point, we're going to have to make it.
Right.
It's to the point where
classes, rich and poor, no in between.
Like Gen Z, they are all like, they are mentally prepared to live in a house with like 10 people. It's that bad. When I came out of college, everybody had their own apartment. So society's already headed there. And it's to the point where they're even saying, they're projecting that Gen Z and the generations after, they're all going to have to buy homes in groups of friends. Like they can't buy a home by themselves. So it's so bad.
Yeah, the price has, oh my goodness, it is, the area that I live in 2019, when we first moved here, I looked at the homes and they were in the early fours, like 410, 415. I was like, okay, good. Picked out my area. Those same houses are 600. I'm like, how the hell they go from 4 something? It's, 6 something, like, I'm
Yes.
like, this.
Lakeysha, is crazy. Like my rent in Manhattan for 8 years was $1,000, and we have a law in New York City that your rent is usually locked in, and they have rent stabilized apartments. But then when I moved back, an apartment that was smaller, and I'm living in Manhattan now, $2,550, and that's in the course of maybe like 4 years, ever since COVID.
Well, I lived in a house prior to, and they sold it. I thought about buying it, but it's like, who gonna try to buy a house for 500 and something? I'm like, I might as well just get a house built. So I said, okay, moved in an apartment, right? Because one thing about the apartments, you can always break the lease. You just have to pay 2 months. You know, they charge you 2 months rent. But for an apartment, I pay $3,200. I live in an apartment.
Right.
30, like that's a lot of money. I could be living in a house. I'm just like,
it's insane. And I'm saying like how it's doubled within like 4 or 5 years is insane.
Yes.
Like I saw
all the inflations have been gradual, like it's going from 800, 850, whatever. In the last 4 years in COVID, like New York City is facing a housing crisis right now because nobody can afford. Like I was working at a job with this young girl around like the age when I got my first apartment. She was talking about she had to get she was trying to get 2 other girls to sign the lease. And I was like, who gets other people to sign a lease with you?
Because to qualify for it, probably.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
make 3 times the rent.
Yeah, but the Gen Z, that's how they have to get apartments now. Like my day and age, you went and got your own lease. And then maybe you got roommates on your own, but you still have the option. And it's to the point where it's going to be so sad where Gen Z has just given up. They're like, we're not going to own homes. They're not going to have Social Security for us, all this other stuff. They just don't care anymore. And that's why they're all doing like OnlyFans and content.
Right. And you know what? If you look at it, because even in the area that I live in, and every time you look, you see a field, they're building apartment complexes. They know what they're doing. They know that they are making stuff so high that the regular person can't even afford. You know what I mean? You can barely afford to buy these things. So you are literally, you know what I mean? You are in this thing of renting because it's like, and let me just be honest with y'all, the houses that cost about $4 something, they look like they need work. Yeah, it's like, are you set? Like, what the hell is this? So it's like, in order to even find something that's decent, you are damn near in the 500s. And I'm like, this does not make any kind of sense. So it's like they are making it so difficult. So they're like, you know what? We're going to keep building these apartments because they are going to need somewhere to stay. So, they will be able to pay rent. But even the thing with the rent is, can you even afford that? Because if rent is $3,000, then you have to make what, $9,000?
Lakeysha, is so bad in New York City that they are leasing rooms. Like they have co-living. It's called co-living, and they all have like these modern buildings where they have 4-bedroom apartments, and they rent out each room for like $1,900.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, in the South, down here, and well, this has been going on for a while, acquiring the properties, different things like that by particular companies. One start with a B and one with a V. I won't call their names because sometimes lives tend to get messed up by doing that. So I won't call their names, but they've been acquiring properties, different things like that. If you look in their real estate portfolio, and I ain't gonna lie, I own some of the stocks because I saw what they were doing. I jumped on the train. So,
I think I know what you're referring to. I'm in Georgia. They had talked about specific companies buying all of these single family homes. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Single family homes.
Yeah. Because you see a lot of that. You see a lot of new developments come up and you think they're for sale and it's like for rent. And you're like, and let me tell you this.
Yes. And let me tell you now, they're building brand new subdivisions, 4-bedroom, 5 bedrooms here in the South. Whole pool, all that in the subdivision, right? Whole subdivision is rentals only.
Oh,
rentals
wow.
only.
So it's like they're doing their version of like the co-living that we're doing up here.
But they have been expecting this. And I told my sister when I saw it, I moved back from up north, back down south, 2023. I told my sister, I said, yo, look at this. I drove her around. I said, you know what that tells me they're anticipating?
Mm-hmm.
They're anticipating the bubble burst in the housing market or the economy falling so low, right? That then a lot of people go into foreclosures and the bubble will burst. And they're expecting even people with money, like who would consider themselves middle class, doctors, lawyers. These are houses they would live in that they're building.
Yes.
They're considering those people are going to have to come and rent from us because they went into foreclosure and they got families. That's why they're building these 4-5 bedroom, nice houses.
Yeah, they are.
Well, that's what they're doing. They're doing that like in New York. But I remember I saw on Reddit these people were talking about a room for rent. And just because it's on 50th Street, like downtown or whatever like that, they're talking about $2,000 for a room. I was like, you know, you can move uptown to Harlem and have your own place, just to whatever. And it's insane. I cannot imagine paying $2,000 for a room.
Yeah, see, and that's what I said. Like when I saw another company buying up all these single family homes, I went and bought some of their stocks. I watch the markets for stuff like that because I take whatever I make in earnings. You know, I do real estate investing. And so I paid attention to that. When I saw they were doing that, I was like, and that's what I said. I said, if you watch what they're doing, they're predicting the future. They're predicting what they expect to come. So they expect, who do you expect to have? You got 300 houses, brand new built houses, 4 or 5 bedroom houses, granite countertops. I mean, top of the line.
Very nice.
Top of the line. Who do you, and it's rental only. You cannot buy a house in the communities. And right now I'm standing in a place where I can point within 5 mile distance. There's 5 of those community subdivisions.
Right.
Who do you expect to move into those things?
Right.
And they're still building up. Yeah. You expect people with money to move into those things. That means why would somebody with money be renting out 200 or 300 houses? You know, because they're expecting the economy to fall. And they started this. I moved back in 2023, and there were already these 4 or 5 subdivisions going up.
Right. But you know what's crazy too? But to add to what you're saying, what's insane to me, this is why I'm scared of the South. Trump has already gotten rid of FEMA. Like the North is pretty safe. Like the only thing we're having rising sea levels and stuff like that. But if FEMA is cut, everybody's moving to Houston and all these places in the South where they're like coastal, and they're in homes where they're on floodplains and stuff like that. What's going to happen to those people when they're displaced? You know what I'm saying? Like,
here's the thing with the South, though. We need to band together and rebuild again.
We can't hear you.
Like me?
Well,
can you hear me?
Now we can.
Can? Okay. I'm sorry. We know how to rebound together and build again. That's the thing about the South. I will give it that. Like, say for instance, if that does happen, yes,
you're a little bit away from the phone too.
Yeah, it's going out again. We can't hear you.
Still? I don't know.
Now
you're better now.
We can.
Okay, I was about to say, let me let somebody else go. But I was going to say, in the South, like, the thing about it is because a lot of times you have your own land, you know, you can band together as a community of people and try to rebuild again. That's the thing, the safety net of the South for me.
That's very true.
You understand? I can get one of those small, you've seen those small like units or whatever for 12,000 or whatever. Put that in there and make a tiny house.
Tiny homes. I agree with you, but the problem with us as a society, we're becoming so like me for myself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but when times get rough in the South, we know how to pull back. That's what I'm saying. That's the. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Look, I'm
just saying, climate change is real, and a lot of places in the South are very vulnerable. And he cut FEMA, so it's already hurricane season. I'm not wishing this on anyone, but I'm watching out for Houston, New Orleans, Tampa, all those places in Florida. A lot of coastal places in North Carolina too are very vulnerable. So it's gonna be a hot mess.
I just feel like in the South we have more of a safety net of community and banding together.
Right.
to
Yes, I
rebuild
agree.
than like if all your buildings got flooded out in New York and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the people, the buildings aren't yours. It's a rental. Like in the South,
Right.
a lot of us have our land. And we know how to rebuild. Like we know, like me, I can build a whole set of cabinets. I can build beds. I can build, like we know how to get together and build again. Somebody gonna know to do plumbing.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, for instance, we all saw Hurricane Katrina, and they all had to go to like different cities. A lot of people went to like Atlanta, Houston, different places like that. Climate change is real, and they're saying that a lot more natural disasters are going to happen. And he's already cut FEMA. And you saw that white lady that was on TikTok. She was like, "Oh, you guys need to go to work and blah blah blah," and then her house got flooded out, and she was crying. It's like, this is why I'm concerned about. I'm like, if we don't have government,
What your
if we don't
concern
have
is,
government funding,
what I'm trying to tell you is that if we get down to the point where we don't have government funding and we know that we can't depend on them, I just feel as if, this is how I feel, that the South, we now have to pull together more and make it work and rebuild without the government funding.
No, I'm aware of what you're saying. But I'm saying there has to be a hybrid of both, because even when Katrina happened, even though they didn't do much, they were at least able to get them on buses or get them to other places and stuff like that. Trump is talking about he's completely letting every state run for itself. And as we know, financially, New York and California are the big money winning states. So it's going to be a hot mess, because even if we do band together as a community, we have certain states that are paying the higher federal funding.
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
What you're trying, I understand what you're saying, but you're still thinking. See, I'm thinking with a Southern mentality. So
no, I get it.
No. But here's what I'm saying. My Southern mentality: if all this happens, right, and we already know that the federal government has backed out, there's no funding. We know not to look to the state of Georgia, North Carolina, nothing like that. Like the Black community, we know not to look to them for any kind of handouts for us. So at that point, we know we have no other choice but to rebuild. During Katrina, we still had a fairly decent government system set up. So we know we can still lean on that and make and shame you into doing right. There will be in that case, what you're talking about, there will be no shame in anyone. We know all we have is us. So I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if you've ever like lived in the South.
No, that's what I'm. So
had that community pulled together.
No. I get what you're saying. New York has community in a different way. Like it's very
different. And my parents, my parents have brownstones
like,
up there,
we know how to use the system against the government, if that makes sense. But see, the thing is,
we're kind of the people like the Amish. Like in my community, I'm from the Gullah people.
I'm aware of that. But what I'm trying to get to is that you have a vulnerable set of people that depend on things like medicine, hospitals, lots of other things that even if you are in a vulnerable state, for instance, I'm just saying this, where they can't live off the land and they're just shut out just because they need access to pharmacy, medical, lots of other things. And that's why I'm saying my northern mentality is coming out now in terms of when shit hits the fan with him cutting FEMA funding, it's going to be a hot fucking mess. Excuse my language.
Yeah, it could be. But I understand what you're saying, but where there's a will, there's always a way. Because what we got in the South too a lot is everybody got a car. So you can put somebody in a car and drive them up to wherever they need to be and relocate yourself if need be. So, so I mean, there's that too, but I understand what you're saying. But one thing I feel out of all of this is that us people, Black Americans, we're going to be all right. We're going to have to strap down, but I feel like there's a changing of the guard if we prepare ourselves correctly. I feel like we can come out of this where the wealth can be laid up, or the riches can be laid up for the righteous. So, I mean, there can be some transference if we set ourselves up correctly.
Listen, I told my father lives in a red state right now. I told him to go get a gun because the way things can get violent wise, like you need to protect yourself because it might get really insane. Like,
you better. Your daddy know how to shoot. He better. I hope he at the gun range.
no, that's what I'm saying. With the economy, it affects so many different things in terms of safety, our standard of living, all of that.
Right. Well, we gonna hope Trump, he might not make it past that. He need to get his ass up out of here. Like, I'm just like,
well, listen, if Trump get up, y'all got to pray more for Trump to get out. You got to pray JD Vance and he exit with him because I don't want him his mask
We can't hear you.
wearing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I say if you're praying for Trump to get up out of here, you got to pray that JD Vance exit with him because I don't want him.
No,
his mascara.
I'm hoping that he passes on. I don't wish that on anyone, but I hope he does. But you're right, because if JD comes in as a vice president, he's really the one pushing all this stuff.
Yes, I just want both of them to be impeached and get out of there. I don't want either one of them.
But we're seeing this global trend. We're seeing this trend of like, because I live like me and you have both lived in different places. People vote a nationalist or right, and this happened in Brazil too with Bolsonaro. They all voted for him because people don't understand that the economy, it goes in a process, right? So things don't just repair itself overnight. So people get impatient and then they just vote right, and then when ish hits the fan, then they all go left again. So I'm hoping that this happens here because this has happened in a few countries. It's going on in Brazil, New Zealand, the UK, all of that. And then they all became liberal again because they're like, oh, we effed up. And that's what all the poor white people are thinking right now.
Yeah, well, that typically always happens. That's kind of what swung, President Obama in, is everybody was fed up with Bush and everything he had going on. But y'all president, like I'm gonna say y'all president already said he realized if we're in a wartime, we can't have an election. And he said getting in a war is easy to do. And then like a month later, he named it the Department of War.
Right. So people are predicting that he's gonna do all kind of things to stop an election. The man is crooked and he's prepared to do anything. That's why his ass got to go. Like, he has to go. His whole thing right now is in office, going against everybody that did something to him. Now he done, trying to come down in Georgia and get people out and put these two Republicans. I'm just like, this man needs to go. He really needs to go.
Lakeysha, I agree with you. But I think the saving grace is that he's 80 years old and he's having health problems. Right. So he can't stay here forever, and that's something I personally feel. This may sound insane, but I think the Constitution or whatever bill, we need to add that there needs to be an age cap, because why are they allowing these people to be elected and they're already 75, 80 years old?
Okay. Yeah, and then they're saying, well, it seemed like they're trying to hide it. Donald Trump definitely has some health issues.
He has something going on with his veins.
Yeah, something is wrong with him. I mean, mentally, but it's something else as well.
Yeah.
I think the right foot is swollen. One of his legs.
No, he has a vein issue.
With his hand. Is that on his hand? Because people had been.
Someone said the hand and the foot.
Okay.
Oh, really?
In the brain.
I have heard. I actually, he
has some type of vein disease, but they've been putting out public relations that it's under control. But the reality of the matter is, he's 80 years old. He eats McDonald's. Like, this man had a conference at the White House and served everybody McDonald's.
You 80, you should not be looking at McDonald's. Hell.
Right.
I don't even eat damn McDonald's.
This man has made so much money and doesn't even have a private chef. He's eating McDonald's.
Well, it comes with the White House. He should.
He does, but this is what he prefers to eat. He eats fast food. They were talking about his diet. And then he put, because I got my vaccination again today, they were talking about, this is Lakeysha, let me tell you something what happened. So the health minister, or whatever the official name of the position is, because I'm coming back from New Zealand, so I call things something a little different. He tried to prevent everybody from getting the new COVID vaccines.
I know who
So everybody has to get a prescription to get it now.
They're trying to get rid of his ass. You're talking about the he's over is it
yeah, Kennedy.
Yes.
Kennedy. And he used to be a heroin addict.
They want him out of there.
Yeah, he used to do drugs, and he's anti-vaccine. And I'm like, oh my God. Then they were talking about
credentials, though. These people that he's putting in these jobs, they don't have any background. Like, come on now.
Yeah, and then Trump, I think his highest health advisor was actually saying on camera, like, no, like that's not what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And what's even scarier is they're saying that Florida, whoever is in charge down there, is saying that vaccines won't be mandatory for the kids going to school. So we might have new measles outbreaks and polio, which we've eradicated way back when. So it's going to be a hot mess. So I went and got all my shots. I went to my doctor, got my vaccinations, all of that.
System, the hand and foot
they
thing.
Said that he drink 13 Diet Cokes a day. Why don't he choke on one of them?
Yeah, you're that old and you're not drinking water. Like, that's insane.
Well, y'all, this has been great. We will not be on here again for 8 hours. So let me just
remember our last panel
right now.
Where is Mimi at? Have you heard from Mimi again?
I haven't. Mimi.
Oh, she was hilarious.
Yeah, Mimi was. She was. Y'all, I hadn't even. It went so.
We always go off topic.
It went so fast. We were literally on here for 8 hours. I couldn't even believe it. Yes.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it though. It did not seem like it. It just went really, really quick. But
yeah, I think there was a lot of topics that week.
Right. We were just jumping from topic to topic. Was it the T Hood? I think we started with T Hood. It was T Hood. It was definitely T Hood. And then
it was a T Hood. Then it came to politics. Then it came to a lot of stuff.
Then we talked about, yeah, that's right. You were here too. I just realized it. Then we got on Ratchet and his ratchet ass. So we start talking about him.
And the lady in the picture.
Right. We had a really good time. The only thing I was missing was a little drink. That's all I was missing. We had a really good time. I'm
surprised we didn't laugh at Porsha's picture the way we laughed at that lady's picture.
Right. We had a really good time.
She was all swollen up.
That was you.
I kept calling her the Michelin Man.
The Michelin Man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was good. You know what? I gotta check into that because they were saying that they changed the case to homicide, but I did see that, but I didn't even find any interest in it. Cause I'm like, look, they haven't charged anybody. The man showed up with a pum at their house. So what is we talking about here? So I don't know what's gonna happen with that. I think that's a wrap.
I mean,
are we talking about that, or are we talking about Rashida's daughter, Rashida's son?
Right. Yeah. So they originally said it was self-defense, and then they ended up changing it to homicide. But I don't think I don't think that anybody is going to be charged. I mean, it clearly states that the boy showed up with a power.
Well, he should try to appeal it, if it does.
Well, he hasn't been charged. That's what I'm saying. Them labeling it as homicide didn't mean.
No, I'm saying if it gets to that point, like he should try to appeal it. But like I agree with you. They should just throw it out.
Right. Well, listen, I'm sure if they charge him with something, he's going to get a lawyer and they're going to win. I mean, think about it. This guy has an extensive record. Do you know how many people they going to call for witnesses saying how he done beat up on women? I don't see it going to be a case. That's why I said I just don't see them charging. Then they have a whole video with him beating Kelsey in her sleep. Come on now. That's not.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go to. It's probably gonna go to court, but not as in T Hood family wins something.
But Lakeysha, I think that you were on the money because, speaking of which, we've been talking about therapy for a while. Black people need to get more into therapy because all this rah stuff is just getting out of control. Like
I'm
people
glad
beating
you
each other
said
up.
that. I'm glad you said that. So I finally got me. Well, I think I told y'all last time my experience, and I had told y'all, remember I said I'm gonna get me a white therapist. Well, I found me a therapist, and somebody said, I can't remember. It was a couple of people that had told me, they was like, look, it doesn't even matter, the color, but I kind of felt like I wanted somebody that was going to relate to me. But then I'm to the point where, look, I don't have time. I feel like I'm meeting this therapist and then this happened and I'm meeting this therapist. But what I can say though, the one therapist that I was going to go to, I ended up sending her the paperwork for whatever reason. She couldn't find it, which was okay. But she ended up canceling an appointment the day of. And I was like, damn, I actually had a doctor's appointment that I canceled to meet with her. So I was just really upset. But I ended up sending her, I left her a voicemail because she sent me an email like, do you want to reschedule or whatever? And I was like, look, I've had this experience with a Black therapist. I've had this experience. Then I come over to you, schedule, have everything set up, and then you're going to tell me you don't have the paperwork. I said, I'm discouraged and I just don't want a Black therapist anymore. I told her that. I said, but listen, she was really nice about it. She apologized. She said, I am so sorry, that I didn't, that I had the paperwork and didn't know that I had it. Therefore, I canceled. But what she did say, she said, I have redid my policy. She said, now I'm actually going to meet with people first and then have them do the paperwork. And I said, maybe, if I decide to circle back, she can always be an option. I mean, I like that she apologized for it. You know what I mean?
Right. Accountability.
Right. Because how are you going to be my therapist if you doing weird stuff? And I'm telling you, like, this not right. You know what I mean? So she apologized and, that was really good. But I have a white lady and I actually like her, by the way, because.
Well, you're enlightening me, Lakeysha, because I have a white gay therapist and then I had an Asian one before. So it's been good, but I think it's unfortunate that you experienced that. But I was saying this in short of seeing all these videos of like Blueface and what's his name, Krishan and all that stuff. We need to heal. You know what I'm saying? Because we've normalized a lot of this ratchet stuff. And I just refuse. I cut people off in terms of saying, hey, I'm in my happy place. If you're not bringing me joy, you gotta stay over there. I see too many times with these celebrity relationships, we are normalizing all this chaotic insanity. And it's sad,
But I want to read Kay's message because this is exactly how I feel. She said, I feel like Black therapists don't take us seriously. They feel like they can do a half-ass job with us. Not all, but most I encounter. See, that's so crazy because that's the same thing that I felt. I felt like they wasn't taking me serious. One lady, after I had reached out and, sent the paperwork and then they assign you somebody, she was like, well, yeah, what's going on? Like, what, bitch?
Yeah.
I'm just like,
and that's
I was just like, and this is the woman that's in her car. I can hear her car starting. I can hear people in the background. I'm just like, girl, what?
Well, Lakeysha, I had a psych evaluation at the same clinic, and it was a Black psychiatrist. This man didn't even know I was on the roster, so I had to check in with the front desk and be like, hey, you know how you have a 15-minute window of your appointment? So I'm like, what's going on? Why am I not going in? And I go into the room. He said, oh, I totally forgot that somebody was on the schedule. And I'm like, what the hell is? So I think, I don't know if it's us, we take things less and we're just like, oh, you fine. Yeah, and I think we have to stop doing that.
No I felt no compassion. I didn't like it. Like I said, the lady that I was going to go to who lost paperwork, actually, she ended up being really good. She apologized, but then I had already moved on. But the reason, I needed a therapist that gave me homework. I don't want to sit there because let me just tell you the type of person I am. I do not dwell on problems. I solve problems. You see what I'm saying? So I have always been a person that never talked about my problems because I was always in my head saying, okay, how am I going to solve this problem? I was always the person that listened to other people's problems. So I'm really not the person to sit around and talk about my problems. So what I needed for a therapist is when I share what my issue is, like the one that I have right now, she says, okay, this is what we're going to do. we're going to do your family tree. We're going to write down specific stuff and we're going to go from there. I like her because I feel like she's trying to find the root of the problem. She's also giving me homework, which is making me understand myself, because keep in mind, these people cannot fix us. They're people themselves. They can only listen. So I needed a therapist that was going to give me, homework and kind of have me essentially figuring it out myself is really what I'm doing. So I like that.
No, that's amazing. Because mine sends me home with objectives. We do like written exercises. I write things on my refrigerator. So he's a white gay male, and it's been interesting. So I'm happy that your journey has been taking you to a good space and you not giving up. Because some people are just like, hey, I had my little hiatus when my specialist left the clinic and I had to find a new one. But I think, like I said, in short, we all need to heal, because to see that situation play out the way it did, and then people to know that we all know somebody that stays in those type of situations, you know what I'm saying? And they don't have the tools to be like, okay, this person's toxic, I gotta go.
Right. And I did that too. The last lady that I had, it took me a year because it was like, I was comfortable with her and I'm just like, I'm over this shit. Like, I'm tired. Like, why come I just can't find somebody that just do right? Now, the last lady I had, the reason why it didn't work with her, because after seeing her for like a year, she was like, well, I think, if you continue to do the every week thing, the insurance is not going to pay for it. She said, because what happens is I have to send them notes to get them to pay for it. But at this point, girl, I could have just paid for my own therapy. So I'm like, okay. So she's like, well, listen, let's just do once a month. So, I was looking forward to my once a month times, and then she just didn't even show up. I'm just
That's insane.
Not showing up.
She didn't even show up. I called her like, what happened? She was like, I'm at a conference, and I'm just like,
well, you better conference call me.
She didn't show up.
No, she
conference call me.
And I'm just
Lakeysha, what I troubleshooted with what you said is she was supposed to be in contact with the insurance and get that sorted out. But the fact that she doesn't know.
Here's the deal. Even if it was so this is how I look at it. Even if it was an insurance thing, she could have said, hey, well, the insurance will only pay for this, but if you want to come more, you can pay this amount. That's what she was supposed to say, right? Like, I kind of felt like
it's like she didn't want to see you.
Right. This is what she told me. She was like, well, you are one of my clients that's up there. But here's the deal. You don't know where I'm trying to go mentally with my life. Like, you may feel like I'm a client up there. That may not be how I feel. You see what I'm saying? Because I may be.
Yeah, she can't get you to where you need to be because you don't perceive me correctly.
Exactly.
So that's just like,
if you feel like I'm done, then how can you get me, like you said, to where I'm trying to be? And then I got that. I was like, huh? So that's why when she didn't show up, I was just like, okay, I'm not scheduling anymore with her because I feel like she's trying to tell me something.
No, definitely.
It's like your mentor can never be impressed with you,
right?
Because and then he's your friend, not your mentor.
Exactly.
I told one therapist the same thing. I kind of felt like I would go in there and I was just like, listen, I need to make sure I'm grieving properly. I lost my mom. And I was like, I don't know if I'm grieving properly. Like, I don't feel like this is healthy grieving. And so I'm in there and I told her the same thing. Listen, I need homework because I am very action oriented, and everything. I'm not going to sit here and think about what we talked about unless I get some homework to make me do it. Because I got other things going on. So, but she was in there just cackling because I guess like when my real personality come out, I'll be cutting the food, but she cackling and they almost high-fiving. And I was like, are you my sister girl or are you my therapist? Because you fun and all, but
I'm laughing, y'all, because listen to this. Somebody put in the chat. I'm just laughing. Listen to this. Somebody said, I initially looked for a white therapist to complain about how the president of the United States is stressing me out.
But let me tell you, Lakeysha, let me tell you something about that. So I have a white gay male therapist, and he actually sometimes jumps in and is like, oh, do you experience black joy? So that can be a double-edged sword too, because I had to tell him, like, listen, like, I get that you are an ally or you are whatever, but it's a different thing when you are living in this body and you experience it. So like, that whole thing, like what she's talking about, complaining to them, like sometimes they could think they super on your side because they are super liberal and blah blah blah. I'm like, no, I just need you to get back into your therapist hat, because black joy, I don't want to talk about that. And secondly, like I went in, I was like, it's so performative, because a lot of times we are the number one people tearing each other down.
That's very true.
What does that mean, black joy?
Yeah,
no, he was asking, do you experience black joy? And I told him, I said, I think it's performative, because if you really notice, we are the ones, like, it's just like what you was talking about earlier, Lakeysha, with the scammer thing. It's like somebody was having the same conversation about Jay-Z and Beyonce. When they're at the top, oh, it's Illuminati, is this, is that. We are the ones that are not happy for our own. Like, listen, J-Lo could put ish in a garbage bag and throw it out there, and Puerto Ricans will be like, yo, J-Lo, 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 J-Lo.
Not just
we
Puerto
are the
Ricans,
ones, we will tear down our own.
Yeah.
We would
people
tear
be right there with the Puerto
down.
Ricans cheering on J-Lo. She could
You
be
know
saying
why? You know
her way
what
out
I've
the shower.
learned? You know what I've learned? Because we don't even like each other. We really don't. We really don't like each other. I'm telling you, I've tested this a million times. I can go to a white person. Now, I'm not going to say the white person, or, you know, is so in love with black people, but their presentation is so much different than when you go to a black person. You get the stink attitude, you know, all of the stuff. So I'm going to be honest. I go places, and if the interaction with the black person is, I'd be like, take my stuff and go to the white person. I'm telling you, because I'm going to get my customer service. So it's just like, it really seems like black people just don't like black people. I'm just being honest. They don't have compassion for black people. We think that we are the worst. And that's the thing. Now, I'm not saying, you know, that Simon isn't whatever people say he is. I'm just saying, where's the proof? Like, we gonna continue to say this over and over again. But here's the deal.
But Lakeysha, you're right, because you're a critical thinker.
The people that's saying it, where is your money? You see what I'm saying? It's like, you got to be able to say, we can't just say this person is a scammer.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're a critical thinker. Like me, I'm the same way. I need receipts before I talk about anything, or I got to look at myself. And I feel like even with the Diddy thing, even though he was wrong for abusing Cassie and everything like that, people were so emotionally fueled. And I was like, this whole thing is so deeply in context. There's so many different moving parts that you just gotta like take yourself out of it and objectively look at it. And we are the ones that's like, no, Diddy, he did it, blah, 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 blah. No, wait till all the stuff comes out, then we can critique it. You know what I'm saying? Because when I had to explain to this girl that Cassie went right back to him while she was with her new man. So when you do stuff like that to me, I'm not saying she wasn't abused. She was. But when you're moving like that, I cannot think that you're a credible source.
Right. And see, the problem that people have with Diddy is we heard all of them stories about how he is a horrible person. Because I done heard him. I know everybody done heard him. So it's like, when we saw that video, and see, this is how I am. I can see something and will not let that one thing judge the entire situation. While I can see him being abusive, yes, he is an abuser. We saw that. But how do you take that video and make it to all of these other stuff, all of these other things? So, that video, he was trying to keep her in the room. Okay, but that don't really tell us that. And as we saw with the trial, they went up there and said they did it because they wanted to. And that's all I was saying. I'm like, well, the video shows that he definitely is a woman beater. It shows that. But we can't take that video and says, oh, he was beating her because she wanted to leave. Because I watched the video and he went back in the room and she was still there. So she could have left at some point. That's why I'm like, y'all, listen, I get it. Y'all want to ride, for the woman. I'm with the woman too, but we got to say what's right too. You just can't say, oh, he did all these things. Send him to the prison for the rest of his life. Because I'm like, do woman beaters go to jail for the rest of their life? Now, if they do, then I guess that he will go too. But it's like, y'all just making up shit now. Y'all just don't like them. You don't just say you don't like them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
and
I don't like them.
No, definitely. I just use him as an
extravagant.
I used him as an extreme example to bring up the fact
like
that how people can tear each other down.
Right, and you listen. You don't got to like them. That's
right. But I understand what you're saying.
Extravagant.
Yes,
I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, I want everything to come out first, then I'll make my verdict because I don't know him.
Yeah, like she said, just if you don't like him, say you don't like him. I'm like, I don't like him.
Don't like him. A lot of people know.
Ever since I felt like he took my biggie out and then he wanted to have us hop and tell me, I'll be missing you. I'm like, not when I'm not these. I'm not doing it. But we do have but that's something that's deeply embedded in something that it was taught and learned and we perpetuated, is that self-hate. It comes from, being taught to us that to not like ourselves. Even I feel like before all this enslavement and all that stuff happened, I think there was some form of being able to look at each other on another continent, Africa, and not like each other. Or we wouldn't have engaged in some of what we engaged in.
Well, see, the thing also, if we go down that line, we were all in different tribal groups. Black people was not a thing. You know what I'm saying? You were part of one group. You spoke one language. They lumped us all together and made us all fight each other based on complexions or phenotypes. So we're all together in this foreign land and we're really not a real group and we have no connection to who we truly are. And we just have an identity that is Black. I went to Nigeria and went to the slave port and learned all this stuff. So it's like they really manipulated us against each other. You know what I'm saying? And they created this race structure. And now we're supposed to, we Black, we just supposed to, no, we were part of different groups. We had each culture was a different race in Africa. You know what I'm saying?
There were a different tribe. But even with the tribalism, to me, is a part of being able to look at yourself. Because although there are a lot of things that can make you different per the tribe, this tribe does this tribe worship that. But when you look at yourself, there are some similarities. And then to have a group of people who aren't similar to you. And there was no banding. The banding together wasn't strong enough to say, hey, you know what? Nah, we're not doing that. Even though I know this is another tribe.
What happened was
I know what happened.
No, they created borders, and that's how they're like fighting each other because one president will be of a certain tribe and they'll have more power than these other groups. So that's what we never had countries. We had our own little kingdoms and stuff like that. I
understand, but
yeah,
even with that, that's just like, say, for instance, Canada, North America, I'm using this, and Mexico, we're different tribes, let's say.
Yeah.
Right now, if some foreign entity would come in to invade us, if we have good, decent relations or any kind of respect even for our borders, if they come and invade Canada, we got to step to the mic and say, nah, you ain't gonna do that. Even though right now we fighting with Canada, a little bit because Canada is actually boycotting America. But of a foreign entity, because you're on the North America land. And so my thing is, if you can invade Canada, you can move right down into the US. But even if we don't like Canada or Mexico, we're going to have to step to you and say, no, you're not going to do that. Right? As a tribal people. And to me, there was something lacking in unity. And there's still something lacking in unity among Black people that didn't happen when they were infiltrated by foreigners there in Africa. That's just kind of how I feel. I hear what you're saying, but I feel like at a certain extent, you'd be like, nah,
we had different customs, like white people befriended people and then infiltrated them. You know,
we did.
African and a lot of African cultures, they welcome people in, and that's where a lot of that started. And then you had some tribes that fought them. Hold on, let me finish. So to get back to our point is that, like I said, blackness is a concept that they created. We were not black. We were a part of different groups. So it's hard to band together with people that you don't even share a same culture with. And then they created borders and created more conflict. And then they'll say, okay, for instance, the UN, NATO is going to fund this president and they're going to campaign for this president. But as long as they listen to what we say and give us the resources X, Y, and Z. And then if you don't listen to what we say, like Lumumba, they unalive them. So there's a lot of moving parts. And if we know more about ourselves, that's how we combat it. But more Black people can tell you more about religion, or they can tell you about designer labels than they can tell you about Africa. So that's a big part of why we don't stick together. We don't know where we come from.
Okay. I don't agree, but I'll let you have that. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is just like there was something in what you said. Where, by being in the motherland, as it's called, I saw the same traits that cause us to have a downfall then, not knowing how to unify, no matter what tribe you're from, because we're all of us are about to go through this same thing. We're unified. Not being able to do that, not being able to recognize and use wisdom and recognize infiltrators when they come to you, no matter how smiling face they are, you know, much of a smile they have on their face. We still carry some of those same traits forward. That's just like we have this whole thing about we let people into our community too fast, right? Just because you can rap or you can dance. Oh yes, you can.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. They don't invite us to their cookouts.
They are forever infiltrating Black people.
Right now,
we got some Black in him.
Isn't that the same trait that the Africans showed during that time?
Well, it was specific.
Allowed somebody to come in that was showing a smiling face to infiltrate, and you accepted and invited them to the cookout.
Well, that's what I'm going back to. Like, each tribe had different like values. So some tribes were into materialism. So Europeans were able to infiltrate them with gifts. Other tribes, like for instance, I can go deep into this. I'm a historian.
What I'm trying to say, psychologically, I want you to think deeper. I'm not talking that's surface. What I'm talking about. I'm observing the traits that we still carry as African Americans.
No, but I'm saying to you, you're saying we, and they were all different groups. Each group had a different value system. So I'm saying some were able to be infiltrated because they were more materialistic and they were taking goods and able to say, oh, okay, we'll trade other people and we'll assist you if you protect us and do this. Other tribes like the Fulani were like, no, we're not going to convert our religion. We're going to stay Muslims and F that, and we're going to fight you.
They wasn't Muslims
each group was
time,
different. Whereas like the Yoruba was very infiltrated, and a lot of the slaves came from the Yoruba because some of the chiefs were they were poisoned and kidnapped, and then they were given gifts and materialistic things, and then they decided to sell some people. So it was a lot going on. But I'm just trying to say, in long story short, Blackness is just a concept. Like, we were all a part of different groups and we all had different value systems. So it's hard to unite people together when they all have different cultures and different, you know what I'm saying?
We have psychological issues that we as America, I think part of reparations need to be a free for all psychiatric consultation and help. That's what I think part of reparations should be. That's part of it. And I hear what you're saying, and I understand because I studied that as well. But there is a grain that runs through the people. And I'm trying to say this in a different, in a correct way. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. But I'm saying a psychological level, on a deeper level, if you study, no matter the tribe, if you study the people, there is a common theme in
There's
certain
studies on it.
areas.
There's studies on it about trauma and how it affects us as a collective in the diaspora, right?
But
So they were saying that.
prior to the trauma
Hold on.
is what I'm saying.
Hold
But
on. Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm
I'm
saying
talking
the
about prior
studies.
to that.
No, I get it. But I'm just saying the studies now are post, and they're saying that a lot of the trauma has been scientifically linked to the experiences that happen on the journey over here, if that makes sense. Why we're tearing each other down and why we have these generational curses. So when me and Lakeysha was talking about therapy and stuff like that, it's very important. And Lakeysha was talking about the therapist was telling her to do this homework, to do the tree and stuff like that. You could find that root of where this trauma or where this cycle has been continued or where it has started. Yeah. I think that's very important for our people to move forward because we are doing things that are very toxic that we've just normalized as a community. Oh yeah. Like I remember I saw this video where this little boy got his head stuck in a railing and people was like, oh, he need to get his ass beat. You know, he was bad. And I'm like, this is a 2-year-old little boy that was playing around. Like for us to think that it's normal to beat him just because he was a little boy playing around and he's traumatized as it is. I said in the comments, I said, we have a lot of things that we've normalized that is not normal and we got to heal. Like you just can't think you want to beat somebody and that's just going to solve the problem. Like, yeah, there's instances where you should beat them, but we got a lot of things that are very toxic that we think is, you know, put that boy in his place. And it's like, we got trauma.
Yeah, big time. You're absolutely correct. And yes, and I agree on a lot of what you're saying, for sure. We got a lot of trauma. It's sad. And I think that needs that whole why we don't like each other discussion, though, is happening right now on the continent of Africa as well, is what I'm saying. So it's not isolated to Black Americans, is basically what I was trying to say. Just like I was over there, you know, there's a lot of things we carry forward. Like I'm from the Gullah people and we carry a lot of traditions. Like we were braiding here with yarn and thread to make it grow and all kind of stuff like that, you know? And found out they do that in certain places. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. I just thought that was some superstition my granny done had, you know? And so there's a lot of things. And when you go there, some of the things, like I was in the house in South Africa in a town called Bethlehem, matter of fact, they were sweeping. And one of the young ladies sweep one of the older ladies' feet. And she, yeah, don't sweep my feet, you know, all of that.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at her like, really? You think that's bad luck too? You know? So it's like funny. We carry so much work that we don't realize that we carry from the motherland. And so we need to heal from a lot of it. And it's not just a Black American thing. It's a societal thing, but we had extra trauma put on us with everything that happened here. And I think that is part of the reparations. Everybody's thinking a little bit of money in their checking account, but hey, I think we need to have a bigger plan for reparations. And that has to be part of it. We need the healthcare because of the trauma that we carry in our bodies, men bodies and people in their 30s got blood pressure problems, all kinds of stuff like that. You know, and on blood pressure pill, you're 30. You know,
well, it's by design. Our government wants that because they're giving us all these processed foods. Everybody's driving cars. People are not being. If you look at people back in the 1700s, 1600s, when we was living in Africa, we was walking and going far places. Now we drive everywhere. The government wants us to be dependent on pharmaceuticals. This is why they don't want to cure a lot of different diseases. So it's no irony in that.
Yep, but we also carry trauma and forward in our bodies from the things that happen generation and generation before. We carry that trauma. And so, and it puts us predisposed to different things that maybe other people, races, aren't predisposed to sometimes because of that trauma. And so, and then you think about it, then, well, that's another discussion about the blood pressure and what it does to our low birth rates as well. When you think about blood pressure medicine and other things like that. So, but yeah, it's a lot. So
It
I
is.
say see whatever therapist you need to see.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind of where I am. I know y'all spoke about a lot about the therapy, but the thing with therapy is you have to mentally know that you need therapy. Everybody
Right.
don't think they need therapy. I mean, we
Mm-hmm.
still have people that think if you go to therapy, something is wrong with you. They don't realize that it's really something wrong with them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So we still deal with people who listen. I have an aunt and I'm 50, she's 60 because she's 10 years older than me. This girl has never in her life, hear me when I say never in her life worked a job. She really, but so when I tell you she know how to get whatever it is free. If you want something free, call her. I bet you she know where you can go. Like she know everything that's free, she knows about it. So before my
Wow.
grandmother died, guess what her job was? She was taking care of my grandmother.
Okay.
You know, they had, I guess they had a little program or whatever where you would get paid for doing that. But she lives in a totally different world. We were talking the other day, and she's like, you know, they're gonna cut food stamps. How people gonna get food? I didn't say nothing. I'm like, girl, I'm saying to myself, girl, do you think everybody that eat get food stamps?
Right.
Just like listening to her because she like, and I never corrected her because she, you know, her life is okay, whatever they giving for free I can get, but she doesn't understand. I don't think that people work, they rent and mortgage is 3 4 5, you know, people are paying bills, and I'm just like, this girl saying if they stop giving food stamps the people ain't gonna eat. Well, I'm glad it ain't affecting my house because I'm just like,
Yeah.
ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
But
some
that's the
people
thing
just
too.
Like
So this is
how are you gonna
Lakeysha,
eat?
what you've identified is interesting because a lot of people that didn't read that bill, that big beautiful bill, he's implementing that you have to work or volunteer 20 hours a week.
Uh-huh.
So it's very important that our people that we read and that you know policy
Uh-huh.
because he's trying to get all these people out of the way. The people that are, you know, not to be like, oh, your aunt, but like the people that ain't reading, ain't keeping up to date, whatever.
Yep.
Like it's going to be a hot mess
They're gonna get cut
because a
off.
lot of Americans don't read. A lot of Americans don't follow what's going on in the bills, the policies, all that stuff like that. So it's like she could stay on it, but if you don't have the empowerment and tools to know what's going on, they will kick you off of it.
Mm-hmm. And
right.
there's this YouTube channel that I like to listen to, and it's a young guy, and people come in, right?
You going out again? We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Yeah.
It's this one position. I promise you, my hand has to be in the same position. It's crazy. But there's this YouTube channel I like to listen to, and there's this young white guy, and a lot of the white MAGA people call in, right? Sometimes black MAGA people. He'll have them call in, and he just want to hear your position. Okay, you support Trump or you support the big beautiful Bill? Why, right?
Okay.
Okay, so many people, and it's astonishing to me, because this goes back to something you guys were talking about a little bit earlier. But so
But you
many
got to
of
get
the
back in
people,
that position again.
Right.
oh, it failed me. Not the position failed me. How about now?
No, you put on your Wi-Fi, perhaps. Like, are you
It's
using your
on the
regular cell phone
Wi-Fi.
service? Oh, okay.
It's on the Wi-Fi. How about now? No?
We can hear you now.
Okay. But so many of the people that call in, right? And they have a position on why they support the big beautiful bill and this and that. And when he really gets down to it, like they're downing the people on the system and they need to go to work or this and that. And every time he gets down to it and really get into their business, how about they on the system?
Right.
They're
They're the
MAGA
biggest
people.
hypocrites.
Yeah, they're MAGA people. They unemployed. They getting food stamps. They getting the Medicaid, right? But they have read the bill, so they do know they got to do the volunteer, like you just said, right? Because this
Yeah.
one lady, she was on there talking about, well, I don't see nothing wrong with it. You got the volunteer. This, and she was just going on and on. And talking about, I know so many business owners. Most of my family are business owners. And the bill helps the business owners. And then as he kept saying, well, it's taking away Medicaid and it's doing this and it's doing that. And when he got down to it, come to find out, she got food stamps. She's like,
Right.
That's
ma'am,
insane.
And
exit
then
the
the ones that
conversation.
voted for him. Those are
Yes.
the ones that freaking voted for him.
That's
Listen, The people that receive all the shit. I know a specific person voted for Trump, and I said, "Ma'am, you don't even have a job. Like you get everything for free. You get rent assistance, food stamps, Social Security, everything you get for free. Why don't you vote for Trump?" And then I tell this person, I said, "Well, you know that they said that they are cutting off rent assistance," and they said, "Well, they're not cutting mine off." I said, "Well, you know, they said them Trump supporters are delusional because if they cutting everybody off, then how in the hell they not gonna cut you off?" I thought they said in a couple of years or something.
He said, he said he wants to put a 2-year cap.
Mm-hmm.
Those are Trump supporters.
And the crazy part about it is that they don't understand this. Like, people get in their emotions and they vote like from their emotions, not from a logical standpoint. There's a lot of people, even though there's people that abuse the system, there's people that cannot work because they're disabled or they're this or they're that. So it's like, you're selfish to say, oh, these people on blah, 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 when everybody's situation is different. Of course, with anything, people are going to abuse it. You make self-checkout, people are going to steal. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is perfect. Human beings are going to be human beings. Mind your business. You know what I'm saying? I'm more concerned
to lose their jobs and start jobs. It's going to always happen like that.
Yeah, I'm concerned about safety. If you have housing and you have access to food, you have less people trying to rob people.
Right.
Because New York is getting bad where we have drug addicts. Like, all the neighborhoods that were getting gentrified, like now they're becoming drug camps, and people, there's a portion of society that has just given up on, like, hey, I don't even want to pay rent. I want to just do drugs. Right. And guess what they're going to do when they're not able to get their fix? Like, we're already seeing them having mental issues or this and that. And you see this going on in San Francisco and a lot of cities that were like the best cities in the country. Right. Now people are just like, it's going to get like South Africa, I think. Like, I hope, let's hope that he just gets out and things get better. But it can really go in that direction of people just getting desperate and saying, F that, I don't want to work. Because there's a lot of people that don't want to work. And they're like, I'm going to get this money fast.
Yeah.
Well, this will be a great time for them because they're going to have hell of a, trying to find a job right about now. So I guess they can definitely use that for an excuse.
Yeah. I'm all for the systems being in place if it ensures security.
Yep. And that's what a lot of people don't realize, that those systems in place do help with security. I was talking to someone the other day, how Finland kind of addressed their homeless problem.
Right, because
house the homeless. They're like, I don't want another person to house them. So if they got house and they got food, we got less and all this other stuff.
Well, you're fading out a bit.
Okay. And
yeah, I can hear you now.
I was saying that's how Finland pretty much addressed their homeless problem, because it was a security issue. So they house their homeless. They say, we're going to build apartments and we're going to put them in apartments. And if they got a roof over their head and they got food, they are less likely to go out there and rob somebody or hurt somebody,
Right.
And so that's what Finland did. But I was having a conversation with someone the other day, and they were kind of like, well, people got a choice to do right or not. And I was just like, listen,
no, everybody's situation is different. And a lot of people have mental issues.
Right. And I said, sometimes though, you want to be that independent, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Somebody gonna take that bootstrap and string you up with it because they got mental issues. And now they on your street corner. Now it's the problem.
And
and that's the thing too. That's the thing that people don't understand. I had a job where I lived in Hawaii, right? And this girl, Hawaii, they like to work 3 different jobs versus like in New York, we're like, we're gonna strike and protest, and then we're going to fight for our stuff, and we all going to get a living wage instead of working 3 jobs. So this girl would say, oh, the homeless people come in and get their paper signed so they can get their assistance, but then they don't actually look for jobs because they had this thing that they had to get signed. And I said, listen, if it keeps them from robbing people, I'm going to mind my business. I'm going to sign that paper and whatever it is, because what I think is Americans don't know what it is, how other countries are. Like in Brazil, there is no middle class. You're either super rich or you're super poor. And over there, groups of kids go up to people and rob people by knife point. They're not trying to go get a job. So we are very privileged and not understanding how a lot of other countries operate. And South Africa has the highest unemployment rates in the world. And the people over there, they've just given up on getting jobs. They've just turned to crime. They kidnap foreigners and hold them for ransom. And they have the highest rates of femicide, meaning that women are just unalive and R-word for no reason. So it can get very, very bad. And we've had systems in place to make sure that we're good. So I look at people that judge people on the system, and I'm like, you don't understand that we have it so good as a country. And these people being in these systems protect us, and they protect you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, it's funny. I always laugh because I felt like, well, it's not funny, but because it's sad, right? Because they're, like you said, the jobs, unemployment in South Africa is so bad. Like they make up jobs. Like there's a shopping center with parking, right? They'll stand in the parking lot and act like they're directing you to drive and park your car, and you go get in your car and back up there. Oh, come on, it's 2 or 3 men back there trying to direct you to back up, just so you can give them some money, because they make up jobs. They come there and do that all day, and that's sad. Like they got to make a job.
Right, and in Nigeria they got gangs where the buses, like the little tap buses, where I went to Lagos, Nigeria, and you get on the buses for them to operate, they have to pay off these people at these checkpoints, and those are makeshift jobs too. So these gangs run their little zones. So where there's a will, there's a way, but people always gonna turn to the streets. Yeah.
Yep, they're gonna turn to an easier way.
So I just say to people all the time, y'all don't know how good we have it. And, all the people in those southern states that voted for him, they really going to see.
Oh, some of them feeling it, and some of them are still trying to stick to their guns on why they voted for him. But there's a lot of people, I think, feeling it. They feeling that pressure. And
well, what's silly to me? How they're the ones that voted for him are the ones who need the healthcare stuff. They are out of shape. They got a whole bunch of $1 million health problems, all this other stuff like that. And we saw this with Obamacare. And then he embarrassed himself during the debate when, remember the black lady who was the correspondent asked, so you said you were against Obamacare. Then she said, now you're supporting it. What is your stance? What is your plan? And he had no plan.
He got a concept of a plan.
Right.
He said, oh, I didn't say that. I didn't like Obamacare. We'll keep it. But you tried to get rid of it your last term. So what is the plan? And what do you want to, how are you going to protect people that don't have coverage? Like, it was a mess.
Yeah, he's a mess.
He told the truth. He wasn't planning to protect them.
Did y'all hear that thing that the man said that they saying Trump smelled like shit? I know y'all heard that.
I saw that, and I didn't know that was real or not. So that's a real deal.
Real.
That's the real
He
thing.
actually smell like that.
They're saying he's smelling. Yeah.
So they saying he can't control his bowels. They talking about the man smell like shit, y'all. I was dying laughing. Yes.
But Lakeysha, my father, when I was a little kid, he told me the older presidents from 1776, they never took baths and they powdered themselves. Trump reminds me of that. He wears a lot of makeup and maybe he just goes about his day and puts some cologne on top of himself or something. But things don't seem right. He eats McDonald's every day.
Well, they say he wears the pins and it ain't dependent.
Oh, he wears the pins? Oh my God.
They saying that I'm gonna find a video.
But even when Melania doesn't even kiss him.
She don't like him.
She don't pay no mind.
She don't even kiss him. And did y'all see, oh my God, speaking of which, did you go to Melania's page? Did you see when she made that pro-abortion video?
I don't even know nothing about that lady. I don't even.
No, but it was hilarious to me because it's like your own wife doesn't even like you. How is your wife coming out with a pro-abortion video?
Or social media?
Yes. She said, I believe women should have the independence and the liberties and the rights. It was hilarious. Like, I got to send that to you, Lakeysha.
Yeah, there's so many videos. They say this man stank. I mean, if y'all type in on TikTok, Donald Trump smells like shit,
I saw that.
It's like, wait a minute, let me see.
And I was like, I think they're making because they had a video and they were saying, look how he's holding his nose. And Mark Rubio did this. Right. And I was thinking, I think they're just making a narrative up. I wasn't sure. But
no, they say he stinks.
Yeah, listen, y'all, I can't, listen, it's certain talk I can't have. You see, I dropped off last time we start talking about the president too heavy. I don't want them people at my door because of my job, y'all. They done visit one of my other coworkers.
So, look, they said Putin holding his nose. But I went and found other videos where the people are giving you some kind of insinuation that he stank. So that's why I'm like, I think this is real. I don't think this is made up.
I've seen one where there was an Asian like guy with the press that was behind him. You know, when they sitting there talking to different presidents, Marco Rubio was sitting on that chair, and they say he put his hand over his nose. I saw one of those videos. Yeah, I wasn't too sure though.
Well, that's embarrassing as a grown man.
I mean, like you say, if you're sitting there, you 80 eating McDonald's, like, come on now.
Yeah, and sometimes older people do have a smell naturally, but that's insane. Like, you're the president. Lakeysha, what is your Instagram? I'm trying to send you the Melania video.
It's Lakeysha Keysha. Y'all gotta see these videos, y'all. This is too funny. I literally went back and looked. There is, if you go look up what I just said, y'all gonna see so many videos. Look, how bad does Trump really smell?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was searching for the videos too. Trump saying that over.
They said he'd be on this.
Oh no, not the pants.
Well, he cannot. Oh my God, oh my.
He looks like he stinks. I mean, I'm just being real. He looked like he don't smell good. Look how wide and stuff he is. Like, why does he's so out of shape? Like, come on now.
That's what.
Yeah. Lakeysha, I sent you the video.
Okay, I'm gonna go look.
Like, you're gonna laugh at it. So Melania, while he was campaigning, did a pro-abortion video.
Well,
I forget that's his wife.
I came in when we were already talking about like the immigration thing, and I missed this first part about the Porsha thing, but I just wanted to drop in there. I saw someone say that earlier that Porsha been knew Simon. I agree. The
Porsha,
conversation.
Simon?
She knew Simon prior to meeting him at the house with Falynn or whatever.
Right. Yeah, she did. That's what I'm
saying.
Did. They did
I
know
agree.
each other. He said that. He said that on interviews that he had met her before because they had, filmed, but they did know each other.
Yep. Remember when she was on her way going to the house and the conversation she was having with Lauren? If you look back at that conversation, it was weird. It was like she knew Falynn. I mean, she knew Simon, and she was like, well, remember she described Simon, and she said, well, his White House. That's who house we're going to.
But what I want to question is, what was the nature of their relationship before she went to Falyn's house? Because why were you like cool with him? Like, how did they meet? That's what I want to know.
Well, was he that Nigerian? Remember when Porsha got divorced? Remember they were saying a married Nigerian had bought her a Rolls Royce or
African
whatever.
Prince, yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Claudia was talking about that, right?
Yeah. Was that
Claudia?
Simon?
Well, see,
Claudia was saying that, and she remember she was in a bus and she was embarrassed.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead, Keisha.
No. I was gonna say she dated his cousin, if I'm correct.
Oh,
that's the one who bought the Rolls Royce.
So that's who Claudia was talking about.
The first one,
Because Lakeysha, do you remember when they was on the bus and she got real quiet?
Do. Yes.
She did not want to have that conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Porsha gets real quiet when she's blown up.
Oh, it really does. She really did. Remember that whole thing about Future? this season. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I think Porsha's a fun time girl.
Yeah.
Right.
But she's funny and she's fun, but I wouldn't, she wouldn't be one of my homegirls because I couldn't trust, I close my eyes, she feel my eyelashes. I'm worried about her. So,
And that's why I was so confused with Shamia, because if I was Shamia and I saw how Porsha moved, I wouldn't want to have her around
my
my
whole
husband.
listener. Exactly.
Well,
Because you saw
Porsha
how she
has
tried to
have
move.
something on her though. She has to. Porsha has to have something on Shamia. She has
Birds of a feather flock together. Well, they've been saying over time though, they really haven't been that good of a friends like over the last 20 years, like they're portraying. They were on and off a whole lot and more off than on.
Right.
I think the
Shamia
problem
said she
is
went to
Porsha is
college.
competitive. Porsha wanted to be with Simon to one up or to try to live that same life, but it all fell apart. And I think that's where the animosity came when Shamia came on the show, because Shamia was the real deal. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate when you're supposed to be somebody's friend, but you're competing with them.
Right. Well, it's the thing and that's what I keep telling y'all. I mean, I know people that know her and she's just not a friend. Like, she's not a friend. Like, you see, I remember they had a Beyonce concert and I saw Candy attend a couple Beyonce concerts, but she'll get people like friends and she paying for everything. So Porsha is just shady and she's just not a good friend. She's just not.
I don't think she is either. I think she was I hate to say bred because she's not a horse, but she was groomed and raised to be in competition with women all day, every day. You see her mama start the tummy tuck and the uplifts on the breast she getting, trying to compete with these 20-year-olds, the mama, So I think she's been raised to compete with women. And people like women like that don't know how to be real friends.
Don't know how to be friends. She was negotiating her contract with Bravo the entire time, which is okay. But if here's my deal. If I'm negotiating a contract and my friend is waiting on her contract, either I'm going to say, hey, friend, I'm negotiating too. Or if I feel like, okay, I don't want to bring it up, then I'm not going to bring it up. But Porsha was going to Candy to try to get information on what Candy had going on, not telling her that she was also negotiating. Now, Simon told me that, so I know that's true.
Yes.
And also, Lakeysha, she had a Jezebel spirit, because remember the whole R. Kelly story when she was at his house?
Yeah, she was locked in one of them rooms. She wrote about it in her book.
They said
and she was playing victim, but I feel like she
sell the books though. She brought it out during the time she was trying to sell her book, and it was Porsha. Yeah.
Porsha was always trying to follow the money.
She the money and either the same. She always thought she could sing. How she was on there. What was she saying? Amazing Grace. I need her to sit her amazing behind down, but she up there crooning. So she probably been over there singing in all kind of mics at R. Kelly house. If y'all get my drift,
right?
So is her mother still stuck in Costa Rica?
Her mama might have been singing in the mic too over there in Costa Rica and can't get home.
No, she back.
Wait, why her mama Costa Rica?
Oh wow!
Who said is her mama still stuck in Costa Rica? Stop it!
She tried to tell. How you gonna try to tell the people of the government that you're a Costa Rican citizen, knowing that lady don't speak a lick of Spanish?
I'm gonna show y'all a picture.
She done went and got her new tummy tuck and her breast uplift to her chin.
Allegedly, she tried to evade taxes or something.
Well, listen, y'all.
What job Miss Diane got?
So I think it was back when she owned the daycare. Okay, so let's get into it. Since you brought it up, somebody she's still stuck in Costa Rica. Okay, so she, they had went down to, Costa Rica, but you don't need a green card, right? Well, let me make sure I'm saying it right. She needed a passport. So you needed the passport. So this lady, This lady, I guess, owes taxes, right? So instead of paying her taxes or making some kind of deal with the Internal Revenue, she tells the people that she's no longer a U.S. citizen. But also, if you owe taxes, they can revoke your passport. So she gets her so they get all the way down there. She can't bring herself back now because she does not have a passport. So she literally had to stay down there. He said for a couple of days. It was during the Mother's Day holiday. They ended up having to fly back. And the reason why I brought this picture up, because this was one of the pictures that they took. This was during the time Dennis had a Mother's Day picnic for Porsha at Porsha's house. Now,
and wasn't Simon there?
Yes, I'm finna show you the
I'm about to say, where's Simon at?
Yeah, I got the wrong. I brought up the wrong one, but Miss Diane didn't make it. This is when she was stuck in Costa Rica.
Oh
wow!
Does Porsha pay her taxes? Who pays the taxes?
Wait a minute, let me get. So
no,
she
what you could do is no. So what she did was she probably got the repatriation loan where they give you a temporary passport just to get you on a plane.
Right.
But they don't issue you a passport until you pay off that loan or you start a plan when you get back to the United States.
Right. So she had to get a temporary one, but it was during this time because actually Simon.
Wow.
That was when Simon was in the
Right.
But still, yet if she still owe taxes when she get over here, it seems like the IRS gonna be on that behind sooner or later.
Yeah, because she can go to jail. But the whole thing is, why would you try to tell people this is the audacity? I know her mother does not speak Spanish, and you're gonna tell them that you're a Costa Rican citizen?
She says she don't live in the United States.
Girl, do you know that you have to speak the language to be naturalized as a citizen elsewhere?
Yes.
How are you gonna go over there the same way they have to learn English to be naturalized as a citizen here? You can't sit there and take the pledge and pass the test for citizenship without knowing the language, ma'am.
Right.
I'm Costa Rican.
Now her hair might have came from Costa Rica.
So this is why when they posted this picture, you didn't see Miss Diane, honey, because she was stranded in Costa Rica.
No Mother's Day for you, no Madre Day.
But what was she supposed to do over there? If they freeze your accounts, what was she going to do?
Well, so I guess it wasn't that bad for her. They just took the passport. So I don't think it had got to, that level. Once, she couldn't get back, obviously, they was able to get her a temporary passport at that time. Let me see if I can find y'all
Yeah, she got a repatriation loan. So if you got to pay that off to get a new passport.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called?
It's called a repatriation loan. So if you're in an emergency overseas and you've exhausted ways to get home, if you go to the American embassy or whatever country you're in, they could buy you a flight on a loan, and they either cancel your passport unless you use it to go back, or they give you a temporary passport just so you can get back. And then what they end up doing is they send you a loan to your house, and you can't apply for a passport until you either start the loan or you pay it off.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But I'm wondering who paying these IRS taxes. I think Porsha probably paid it because
what happened?
All that time, the IRS should be knocking at her door by now because that was years
selling
ago.
that kitty cat in Nigeria.
So for that particular situation, Simon said his tax attorney helped her, so she did an offer and compromise on that one. So she
to pay the tax thing off. I knew somebody was going to have to do something once they zing you for the taxes, especially being overseas. You're not coming back over here and being in peace. The IRS is coming.
But
because she didn't start a payment plan.
You can know that's where Porsha got the dumbness from, because why would you think you saying that you're not a U.S. citizen that your damn taxes is gonna go away? Like who? Huh?
And also on top of that, you have to formally renounce your citizenship. You can't just say that you're not a citizen no more.
Right.
Well, they were going to tell her you was a U.S. something because at the time you racked up taxes in the U.S. So I think you still need to pay it. I don't care if you're a citizen of Brazil right now, baby. You need to pay this money. I don't care what citizenship you got now.
Right. The taxes would have been for when you was living, even if you don't live there. No, that's what I'm saying. She's just saying stuff that don't even make a whole lot of sense, you can kind of understand why Porsha is slow. Because I'm like,
and also, regardless of whether she was a Costa Rican citizen, the United States, if they wanted to go that far, they could extradite her from Costa Rica and put her in jail.
Yeah, and they will do that over their money.
Yeah, because she didn't go to like Indonesia like Russell Simmons did. She went to a country that has an agreement with the United States, so they could make an agreement and send her ass back.
Yep. But listen,
that's why Russell Simmons is in Bali.
Now this leads me to. I was over there in February. I was like, let me find out where Russell at. Listen, couldn't find the man. But anyway, because I want to sit outside the door and see what celebrities come by. But this leads me to another question. Porsha, why is it that some of the people that are, I won't say they're probably not as swift as they can be, right? You know, as the Lord made normal people. Why are those people learn to be some of the most manipulative people in relationships? Practicing manipulation and what I call the dark arts of relationships.
What you say, the dark arts?
Well, extravagant. If you've noticed, a lot of narcissistic people or a lot of people that are manipulative move up in society the highest.
That's true.
They do, like you know, the Orange Man. They do.
Yeah, that's exactly perfect example.
Even Elon, like everybody know, Elon is smart. I'm like, listen. I know a lot of all the high tech stuff that he's talking about. I know about. Okay, specialists in the area. He don't know what he's talking about. I sit and listen to him in interviews. I was like, this dumb. I know he just didn't say that.
Well, his cars are trash. I mean,
they are. Yeah. But I keep telling people Elon is not smart. Elon hires smart people, and he buy companies that are already doing. Like he bought Tesla. He didn't create Tesla. There was two other guys that created Tesla. He didn't create like this AI stuff. He bought that. He didn't create SpaceX. He's bought the technology for that stuff. Like I'm like, stop saying the man's smart. He ain't smart.
No. And you're exactly right, extravagant. I used to work for Tesla. Do you know all those cars are sitting in parking lots? Mm-hmm. They're just sitting. People are not buying them like we think they are. Like we used to pick them up and deliver them to people's houses and stuff like that. But them cars, he's renting parking lots and they are just sitting there. So like,
and even the people who want to buy, they're some of them are scared to buy, thinking that somebody's going to trash their car once they see it.
Oh yeah,
you driving a Tesla? I got something for you. Go in that grocery store if you want to. Write my name in it. But yeah,
I dated a guy. He tried to say, "Oh, I bought it before the this administration."
People don't care, and they don't care, and will scratch. Still will scratch. I'm just kidding. I ain't scratching nobody car. Let's put that out there. People are scratching, painting those cars up.
But I think you're right. I think Porsha was probably groomed by her mother, and she was probably pushed off to, you know, these big men like Cordell and whatever like that.
And I think her mom is telling her, "This is how you do it." I'm like, "Ma'am, didn't your
Porsha never went to college, right?"
Well, she said she thought about it, and her baby said, "That's why you're not that smart."
That baby sure did say that. I thought, now you know that's something when a child says that.
That's why you're not that smart, and you have to Google.
Yeah, you don't know. That baby was like, "Mama, you don't
but
really
poor
know
nothing." Pilar is going to go down the same path then if these are her role models.
You ain't smart, Mama. I said.
And then on top of that, remember the Underground Railroad? That was atrocious.
I was just about to say that.
Listen, she was so genuinely confused. Right. And I was genuinely like sitting there. I remember that I almost dropped my drink in my lap when my cup said, "Oops." I said, "Oh, Lord Jesus." I'm sitting there like, say what now? When she said somebody got to drive the train, I said,
yeah. And did you catch? Really? Did you catch? Phaedra said, "This is why we all got to stay in school, baby."
and Cynthia said, Hosea is rolling over in his grave.
Right. But Kenya sealed it. Kenya was like, it's almost insulting for a person to be that dumb.
Really? And but I noticed people
Kenya had like a straight face, and Kenya was like, I just can't do this. Like,
no, because at first I think people thought she was kidding around a little bit, and so was I. I was eating my own sitting in the chair instead of
no, she was
on
that
the
serious.
couch eating my dinner, and I almost dropped my Coca-Cola in my lap when because I realized that's the moment I realized she was serious when she said, "But somebody." At first I thought she was kidding. She was like, "Somebody know the." And they was like, "No, it's underground," and people. And then when she said somebody got to drive the train, so somebody got to know the path, I said, "Oh Lord, have mercy!" Oh, so she's serious.
Yeah, she was.
Glad that she knows that it is 365 days a year and not.
Yeah, remember 265 days?
Nene mouth drop open.
Nene said, "Bitch, what did she say?" She said, Nene said something. She said, "Bitch, something."
Like, where are you living at? Like, what are we planning you living on? Right. Listen, I heard somebody say. I
think that's why men like Porsha, because they know they can control. They think she's just dumb, and they're like, "Oh, she's pretty. I can manipulate and control her."
They know.
They don't think.
But then she thinks. But those people like that are always. I noticed that even with men, are always trying to be manipulative in relationships. They use what I call dark arts to try to manipulate you, get in your mind. Like she makes you think she's, "Oh, I need you, big man. You're all this." Like she pumps them up in a way, and is using the dark arts. And then also,
but they like her dingbaddedness, so she's not threatening to them. But Simon didn't expect his divorce, you know what I'm saying? So they don't expect her to try to go, but he got her back by getting deported, and now he's not paying off the house. So
yeah. Now I don't know why. I think Simon kind of did anticipate this divorce. I don't mean any harm now, because Simon already said, "Hey, I have the truck ready to back up to move them out." Remember he told Dennis that when they were, where were they? Somewhere where they on that, somebody call it Porsha Family of Lies. Remember that show she had?
Porsha Family of Lies.
Yeah, they call it Porsha
Family Matters.
Yeah, I never watched that show. I should have.
Yeah, they call it Porsha Family of Lies. Yeah, he told Dennis, he said, Dennis was saying something. He said, "Don't worry about it. I always have a, like a U-Haul truck ready to back it up and move the women out." He said that to Dennis, and I was like, "Oh, so you ain't as naive as you said." I was wondering, how is Simon sitting here allowing himself to be disrespected as she fight over her baby daddy because he brought a girl on the trip? Because really, that's why she got upset.
Porsha, I think Porsha is very narcissistic.
That's why she got upset, because she was all fine till she found out. Even when Dennis was there, she was fine. Remember the day before they talked about Dennis cheating in the restaurant with the women and stuff.
But remember,
she didn't get mad until the day after, and she found out he had a girl on the trip and got him a different room, because she even put him in the room to stay with London. What's her sister name? Londi and Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
But remember. But remember when he was on the last season, and she was trying to check him in her Rolls Royce because she didn't like him talking to Drew or something like that. She doesn't want to be with him, but she doesn't want him to be with nobody else.
No, she don't. And she said, "You keep on, man. You just gonna have to worry how your daughter views you." Remember, he said that. He's like, "She said, you keep showing up on these cameras, man. You don't worry about how your daughter views you." But yeah, she on the Porsha Family Alive, she was all fine and giddy. She put him in the room with Lauren, her sister Lauren, in like a suite with Lauren and Lundy. And she only did that so she could make sure that he didn't bring her a girl.
Right.
And when he went and got his own and brought a girl, she had an attitude ever since then. Because she put on her makeup and everything, went down to the room to go talk to him and found out he wasn't in the room. she had an attitude ever since then. And that she turned that place upside down, inside out. You got to watch it, Kaya. You have to
Yeah,
watch
but
it.
Porsha is one of those women that has to be centered. Like everything has to be about her. So it's unfortunate when you get caught up in that web just because you're like, oh, she's beautiful. She's not that bright, so I can control her. But she makes me feel like a man. She comes with a price, you know? And I don't understand how those men don't see it coming. But, you know, a lot of straight men do stupid things over kitty cat.
Women.
So,
yes. Every day of the week, they do something stupid. I'm just waiting on one to make that $25 million mistake Shannon Sharp made. Make it with me, because I need to retire tomorrow and put up a Bible scripture.
Listen, I already said, to hell with these black men. They paying every white chick for the littlest damn thing. I said, you know what? This is just Shannon Sharp. I don't even like him no more. I mean, I respect him. I don't. Shannon, get up out of here. You done talked about Diddy. You done talked about every man only to go and really do the same shit. Like, it's just like
exactly. And then also, you know what? I didn't believe that whole live thing when he was hunching on the live. That was like, come on.
What was the lady name? My girl named my Monica, my something. It's a whole
bunch of bullshit.
Like, how was you on live while you was hunching?
Well, here's the deal. You're trying to on Instagram Live, it's a lot of steps. So you didn't just do that like that. Like, dude, it's a lot of steps. Instagram is not a live that you just went on. It's not like it was TikTok. It was Instagram. You gotta go through all these steps.
Now,
and also, he was trying to downplay the gay rumors because remember they were trying to say that he was gay or something like that. So he decided to hunch on a live with a woman to try to sit there and say, "Oh, I didn't know."
My Michelle, that's what it was. Let me tell you this, Keisha. This might be a story one day. My Michelle, remember that name, and look up a person who tried to sue him for sexual assault back when he played for the Broncos, I think it was. And what was her name?
You're saying Shannon Sharp?
I
did hear about that. I heard
a white lady, and her name was Michelle, and she said every once in a while when he thinks she's going to say something, he would say stuff even on the air when he was on Undisputed. This is her word, to try to intimidate her or to send a message like, you better keep your mouth shut.
I heard
and
that.
She said that. So for him to be saying my Michelle on that leak live, was that another intimidation tactic because he knows some of these lawsuits were already in play?
Right.
Because,
I heard that. I did hear that.
Because that girl had reached out prior to, and he knew that he had a claim already of being violent and sexual assault prior to, right? That girl had already reached when that Michelle video recording came out. That girl was already trying to get her money.
She was already trying to
get behind the scenes.
Sure,
and remember, in this settlement, that was one of the depositions they were going to take, was that Michelle lady testifying for this girl. So I wonder if that my Michelle was more about an intimidation tactic.
Could have.
Well, I feel like all
they got the same names all of a sudden.
Dudes are weird. Like, they weird. Like, I don't understand like what's going on with the men nowadays. Like, what the hell wrong with them? Like, it's just
Lakeysha, weird. I'm saying this as a man. It comes from power, and when you give somebody a certain level of power or money, it's not enough. So they want to be controlling or want to be, because men are socialized to be in control, right? So when you it's just like Kanye. Kanye went off the beaten track, the beaten path, because he has excess. He's almost a billionaire from them Yeezys and all that stuff like that. A lot of these men, they end up not getting off from normal things anymore.
That's true.
They just want to go into these extreme, either perverted things with younger women, trafficking, this, that, just because they feel like they can. And they get aligned with these big, powerful people that get away with stuff up until the feds get involved. So Epstein thought he was untouchable.
Yeah, he did. And nobody, that's one thing they always forget. No one is untouchable.
Nope.
You just have to, your timing just have to come. And that's
And they
when
were
you're going to
saying,
feel touch and violated all over your body.
yeah, and extravagant. They were saying that was what happened to Diddy. There's a conspiracy around.
Mhm.
He was getting ready to sue this big liquor company because of Ciroc,
Mhm.
and he pissed some people off. So Diddy was getting away with a lot, and then he pissed off the wrong person, and then everything just blew up. So
the only thing with Diddy though, he did do a lot of the, like, you know what I mean? Like he didn't, you see what I'm saying? Like, okay, for instance, we know he beat the woman. He wasn't charged with that. But the thing that got him is really some of the shit that he was doing. Like, although he wasn't charged with it, that shit was weird. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, that was weird. I mean, it probably obviously wasn't illegal, but it's weird. Like, that's weird.
Some of it was illegal. They just wasn't getting him for that. You know, the stuff that they did get him for, the
didn't have enough evidence.
Yeah,
they didn't have enough evidence.
The prostitution. You know, they tried to knock him for some of the drugs, you know. But all of that stuff, like some people were, you know, their argument was like, beating someone is, you know, da 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 da. And I said, well, in my book, unless you in a certain little county in Nevada, prostitution ain't legal either. But you know, so
he was going further than that. He was trafficking, because remember that Lakeysha, we was talking about that girl. Remember that last 8-hour live? I was telling you that girl, she was brought to the house with Diddy and his son by some Saudi prince or something like that. And she said that Diddy invited her in the house, and she had the video. So somebody interviewed her. I don't know if it was Vlad or who it was, but they wanted to take her to Cuba. And that's when she was like, hell no.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was. I'm just saying how, you know, a lot of people tried to just make the case about the domestic violence and beating Cassie. And I was like, really, if we take that whole video out and him beating Cassie, prostitution ain't never legal unless you're in that one county in Nevada. Drugs and supplying the drugs and to people, even if they're your friends, really ain't legal. People get away with it, but it's not legal. And anytime they want to knock you for it, they can get you, you know? And so, you know, so I was just like, so aside, you know, the violence or whatever, if we put that aside, he still just did some messed up stuff that wasn't legal. And no matter what, they're gonna get his behind, because right now that's where he pissed off, whatever happened, it's his time. And they're coming for him.
When is his sentencing?
It's October.
Yeah, they keep saying something about emergency sentencing.
But so we have to see how that goes, because, you know, he got a lot of attorneys. Y'all know when you got money, you can just have people just work a little bit harder. So the thing that I'm learning with his sentencing is they are asking for the conviction to be thrown out. And here's why. Because when they presented it with a whole bunch of other stuff. Remember, they were saying he was trafficking, he was doing this. So they're saying that when they presented it, it wasn't presented the right way. So they're trying to get that thrown out and have him have another trial, which I can kind of understand, because they made it seem like the number one reason that they was charging him was because of the trafficking. Well, if they didn't convict him of that, your entire case was about something that they essentially found him innocent of. So they're like, no, we got to redo it. And they found case law. So I don't know. I feel like the judge don't like him. I just feel like that. But I feel like if he I think they will give him some time, but I think they will win on appeal, because I think a lot of stuff did happen that they really probably did because they just didn't like him.
Well, they may win on the appeal. And I think maybe the judge probably didn't, from some people who were in there, you know, he was doing a little bit too much winking and smiling at the jury. And I think the judge kind of got a little pissed off with that. But
Diddy's a very controlling person. But the issue I have with this case is that, you know, the guy because I used to work for Abercrombie a long time ago.
Yeah, he got
the guy who was the CEO or whatever, the top of it, the owner of it. he did a lot of the similar things, and he was released on bail.
It was not similar. So no. It wasn't similar. He did for real.
Oh.
No. It was not similar. And it was kids.
Yeah, but see, he got bail.
Exactly.
Yeah, he did get bail, but he didn't go to court.
This is crazy how Diddy's been detained this entire time because the judge didn't like him.
But it's working in his favor, though. Because the thing is, even if he gets sentenced now, it's probably going to be a 2-year sentence or something like that with 1 year dismissed. He's not going to stay in there long, and he's going to do 1 year serve, and then they're going to dismiss a year or something like that. He's going to be coming home. Yeah, they're going to be time served, but I think they're probably going to give him 2 years. And he served what?
One of the reasons they're saying that they let this guy out, they're gonna say because of his age. His age. Wow. He really did. He had people coming for modeling. Well, they thought they were coming for modeling, and they were doing, y'all know what they was doing. So he literally did, you know, how these women came to court and said, okay, well, I probably was scared, but I really did it because I loved him. No, not that. He lit the old man, Abercrombie dude, really did it. And he had tons of cases, and they let him go on bail.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we know he did it because I used to work for that company, and he had all those advertisements where all those men nude. They was never wearing the damn clothes. It was a lot.
And they let him go. Sure did. And said I remember when they had the bail hearing, Diddy's attorneys brought that up, and they said, well, it's because of his age. You know, they consider his age, you know, by him being an elderly person, they don't feel like he's going to run. Y'all know Diddy ain't gonna run. Where the hell he gonna run to? I mean,
listen, Lakeysha, this is why I will never get in trouble with the legal system in America, because listen, as a black man, they will throw you under the damn jail. Right. You know what I'm saying? The clear, blatant double standards. This man's age. Who cares?
Yeah, no, he's white. That's why they let him out. Let's just call it what it is. It has nothing to do with his age. This guy really did the shit that they said that he was doing. And why where's his trial? They're probably gonna prolong it to his old ass die or something. It's different standards for different people, and that's just not saying that Diddy was a perfect.
He would be better off taking himself out of there like Epstein did, because if you go to jail at that age, please, you're gonna be dying in there.
Well, I don't know why he have. I mean, where's his trial? Like, nothing is going on with this guy. So
no, I'm saying when he's sentenced. Like, you gonna go to jail at that old age, you know what I'm saying?
But to me, the thing with Diddy, like, I feel like Diddy gonna get his sentence. Not that, like I said, I don't like Diddy, all this stuff, but I don't feel like he's gonna get a heavy sentencing. I feel like but he's never gonna be what he was before. His sphere of influence is gone.
Well, all of his businesses out there. And here's the deal, though. They all do it. And it's just like, now people know. So it's just weird. You know what I mean? You sit in court and people talking about people getting pissed on, this and that and that. It's weird. You know what I mean? Not that these people ain't over here doing it, but they ain't going to tell you they doing it. So it's like, now you really know this is what goes on. You like, nah, I'm good.
So you think extravagant? You think that he's gonna go like the Cosby route, like he's just gonna disappear?
Right, disappear. You see how Cosby did? How they basically took his soul, all his influence, everything, and he disappeared. And the influence is not so much what we think about him. The influence is the people that are behind him, that are manipulating the strings, that are giving you the loans, you know what I'm saying? That is
they don't
gone
want to be
now.
associated with him.
Yeah,
because all these people that had, even Naomi Campbell, she took down all her pictures with him, all of that. All these people.
I think to me, I think he got to smell. I'm from the South, and the old people say, "Oh, you smelling yourself now." That means you think you grown, you think you made it. I think Diddy to me got to smelling himself, and I think that the powers that be say it's time to take him on down a notch and let him know he ain't the king.
No,
weed
and that's what
again.
I was saying. There's a
Mm-hmm.
conspiracy that when he was going to do that lawsuit around Ciroc, he pissed somebody off.
Oh yeah.
But the thing that was crazy to me, because I'm a New Yorker and I live in Harlem. This is where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
So he was going around taking pictures with people and living life and partying, and I'm like, you had that private jet and you didn't see what Russell Simmons did, and he left. Like he knew they was coming for him. I would have got the hell out of here. I'm sorry. Because they put him in one of the worst detention centers in Brooklyn or something like that.
Well,
And,
but he seemed to been doing okay. He been managing in there because he was using the other inmates.
No, he put himself in protective custody, and then they put him in solitary confinement because there was some stuff going on in there. And you got to understand something extravagant.
He was manipulating the guards and also other inmates enough to been using their phone time to make calls out. What I'm saying is he's been finding his way around that too.
But when you're detained, they can send other people to get you while you're in there.
I understand that, but I feel like he was doing all right.
No, he went to solitary confinement.
Yeah, but
that's not doing all right. I'm saying this as a person who's been locked up.
I think he went to solitary confinement once they caught on that he was using the other inmate. He couldn't use the other inmates and use whatever their resources like he wanted to. And once he caught on to that, he said, "Well, I may as well sit and chill in solitary confinement and be by myself." I don't think he's been getting jacked up or beat up.
So people do that when they have debts. You know. It's a whole thing. If you got debts and people out to get you, then you try to run in there, or or they put you in there if you've been fighting. But they had to put. Long story short, they put him in solitary confinement because he was not doing well in the population.
Well, see, I guess my mentality, because you're used to a certain thing, this is how I am. I would want to be in solitary confinement if I had to go to jail. Now, if I could go out there and manipulate the prisoners and use their resources and get out, and I'm the king of the hill or queen of the hill out there, then I'm cool. But if you don't take all that away from me because you find out what I'm doing, I'm going to say, you know what, put me by myself. I'd rather I'm better than these folks. I don't want to be out here with them. Put me by myself. I feel like that's kind of what he did to me.
Oh, okay.
And if you got certain resources, I don't know, seem like being by yourself would be a little bit better than being out in the general public. You don't got to look behind your back. You don't got to do all these other things, right?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he was telling them that he was feeling like taking himself out of there, and that's why he went in there.
I think that I heard that's what people were saying, that was the case. That he was saying that.
Because he wasn't having a good ride, and they had him in that detention center in Brooklyn, which was real fierce because he's a celebrity, and they're gonna put him in one of the worst jails.
Yeah, they did put him in one of the worst jails. I said they ain't give him no Todd Chrisley treatment.
Yeah, because with that white guy, the Abercrombie guy, they're gonna send him to the camp somewhere in Jersey. He's gonna be on like a little work camp.
Yeah. But when Diddy was free, though, I don't think the prisoners was giving him too hard of a time because he was finding a lot of them to manipulate and use their minutes and all that kind of stuff. Use their phone, have them to call somebody and send a message there, and he was finding a lot of them to manipulate and play around with. So I don't know if they were treating him too rough.
Oh no. So let me tell you how it works because I've been inside. Like you could do that up until a certain point, and so people get over you, and then they are out to get you, and people rack up debts, and then they gotta get out of that unit, or because they owe somebody or X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, you can have as much money you want, but they only allow you to put a certain amount into your commissary.
Mm-hmm. But I think
when it's time to pay up.
He got caught.
I was going to say, not to cut this to another subject, but they said Karen had a good ride. They said she was well liked.
That's
she
what
was detained.
Giselle said. What's her name? Yeah, Giselle. That's what 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐷 said. But that she had a good ride. I want to hear it from Karen though, because Teresa Giudice said she had a good ride. I mean, ain't nobody been fighting her. She said she was braiding hair and everything.
Mm-hmm. So it depends on how you go in and how you act and how you conduct yourself.
I was wondering. I was like, I don't know how close Giselle is with the family. They might not be giving her real information. I was like, I'm ready for the grand dame to have a press conference because I need to know what all happened. Podcast. But you know what? Everybody was saying they didn't think Karen would change. But the old Karen seemed like she would have came out and immediately tried to get back on camera or do a podcast or something. But Karen seemed to be like really on chill mode right now. So maybe she has changed.
Well, I think it's because she's slightly embarrassed because when she was on the show, she was just like trying to ride and be like, "Oh, I'm innocent and X, Y, and Z," but it was all on video, so she couldn't even fight it because they had didn't they have like a body cam or something like that?
Body cam, car cam. Man, Karen was saying all kind of stuff. She done messed up Thomas Jefferson nose. I said no, okay. But
she embarrassed herself.
Yeah, and she was his concubine. I said, "Not you ain't Sally. You saying you Sally? What's going on?"
Well, that's the thing too. Karen did time because if she would have took a deal or pled guilty, they would have gave her something lower. But Karen actually decided to go to trial.
Right. Yeah, because she was a little arrogant with hers. But the thing with Karen is, I don't see why she's embarrassed now. If before she went to trial, she knew that that body cam and stuff was the police had that, and that her lawyer had seen it. She said she didn't want to view it, so she never looked at it. But you knew that was out there. So how is it that you thought you were about to win in court? Because I'm confused.
Yeah, and that's the dumb part too, because you as the defendant, you get the disclosure, so you're supposed to review the evidence.
Right.
And the thing is, she's just like, it reminds me of Teresa's case because Teresa blatantly lied in court, and that's why she got time, and her husband got deported.
Yeah.
Because the judge with Teresa's case was like asking her like straight up, like, did you blah blah blah, and Teresa continued with that lie.
Yep.
And Karen did the same exact thing. She was like, I'm innocent, blah, 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 blah. Girl, you ain't innocent when it's body cam footage. Like, you can't, like...
Once I saw that footage, what's the best plea we can get? Because listen, at this point in time, plea bargain me. I don't have time to go to court with this foolishness because I'm going to jail. I'm like, you about to go to jail, Karen. And
she told the police that she drank. So it was like, what was she going to defend? It's not like a situation where she asked to talk to her lawyer, but she told the police she hit. That's why when the cops ask you questions, you're always supposed to keep your mouth shut. She told them she had a couple of drinks.
The precinct, she said, "Ooh, I'm effed up." I said, "Karen." She said she got the car and got the swing. She said, "Ooh, I'm effed up."
But her image fell apart when she was talking about the Thomas Jefferson thing. When she was going off about that, that was a little like...
Yeah. I said, yeah, that was kind of funny but then
what? Hello?
I'm sorry. Are y'all talking about Karen from the Real House?
Yeah, Housewives of Potomac. She went to jail and she just got out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she went to prison.
A lot of people. Okay, y'all talking about a lot of people trying to keep up with y'all.
No. The reason why I segue to it is because it's sort of correlated because of sentencing, and I just remember that Karen just got out. Karen had good behavior, so I was correlating it to Diddy because Diddy's already been in there for like 10 months, so he might. He didn't get into no fights because how you act while you're inside, they count that towards your sentencing and all that other stuff. And a lot of times, some guys just stay in jail because by the time you get out, you get time served.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, so that's why I was bringing up Karen, because I was on somebody else's page and they was like, oh, Karen deserves to be in jail. I was like, y'all don't understand how the system works. When you have good behavior or you whatever, you get parole. You know what I'm saying? Karen only had to do a few months because she didn't get into no fights and she, That's how prison is. You know what I'm saying?
And hopefully she learned her lesson. But when she was saying she is Thomas Jefferson concubine, you remember he had a black concubine, a black mistress,
yeah, she
right?
said she was a descendant, and she was calling the cop. She was calling the cop white trash and all of that.
Yeah, that's what I was like. And I said, you remember how she told me she the queen of Surrey County? I was like, I wonder if she a descendant of Sally Hemings, because Sally Hemings was the enslaved woman that Thomas Jefferson crawled his nasty self on top of and gave all them kids. I don't believe she been in love with him, but you know.
Also, that's why I think she went to jail when she was the way she was acting when she was detained. Also, probably turned the judge off, because if you're cooperative with the police, a lot of times they try to give you lower sentences. But then also, this was like Karen's 4th time doing it, so this was like her 4th DUI.
The judge said she doesn't learn how to manipulate the system and get out of these DUIs, and he wasn't allowing her to do it any longer. But I'm back to the concubine thing. I'm wondering though, is she a descendant of Sally Hemings? Because for her to say she's his concubine and all of that, you remember they were, you know, I'm just like, either she talking about blue eyes and saying he's Thomas Jefferson,
well,
or
they were reading her.
Or she is a descendant.
Remember, they was getting on Giselle and Robin for being colorists, and then everybody was Team Karen because Karen was down to earth. When those videos came out, it was like, oh, Karen's a colorist too.
Well, she wasn't really being a colorist. She was being a racist. She was telling the white people they trash.
No, but also she was trying to say by being a descendant of him and trying to, you know, they were correlating it because there was a group of black people that were high yellow or like mixed race that were like descendants and stuff like that. So they were trying to say that she was being elitist.
Well, but I'm wondering though, because she is from that in that vicinity. That's what I'm saying. Surrey County is in that vicinity of where they were. I'm wondering, is she a descendant? And that is her roundabout way of saying she's actually a descendant. I wonder if she's a real descendant. That's what I'm just wondering.
She might be.
I was like, I need to do some research into that.
All I know is that she is a hot mess, though.
Or either she was calling Blue Eyes Thomas Jefferson, so she was relating her I sleep around with Blue Eyes. Y'all remember Blue Eyes? The driver, they said she was having an affair with some white guy with blue eyes.
Oh, really?
Y'all remember that? That was a running trope on that show. Yeah, they were talking about Karen having an affair with a white guy. They would call him Blue Eyes. So I was
Giselle
like, maybe
was saying it.
Giselle and Robin, when Robin was on the show. Yeah, there was a line about several seasons. They talked about her with being with Blue Eyes.
I couldn't be friends with people like that because it's like I saw the preview for the new season and they showed Giselle writing Karen in jail talking about I love you and da-da-da-da. So I'm like, are y'all friends? Are y'all not friends? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, Karen didn't get that letter. You know, Karen ain't talking to Giselle like that. You know, that's when Giselle talking about, I heard somebody from a good source that she's doing well in there and she's adjusting. The girls love Karen. Girl, you ain't heard that from nobody. You heard that through the grapevine. But you ain't heard it from none of the family members because Karen ain't studying you. But yeah, so I was wondering, either she is a descendant of that whole Thomas Jefferson and how he took advantage of Sally, or she was saying that as I'm a concubine to Thomas Jefferson, but really Thomas Jefferson was Blue Eyes, because you know they would never say his name. And remember they had a picture of her with him at the bar in Vegas. Y'all don't remember that?
Yeah. But see, the thing is, even like to your first point, Thomas Jefferson had 1 million damn kids.
Yeah, it's a bunch of them. That's what I'm saying. And you know, she came from around about in that area. That's what I was wondering.
He had 1 million. He was a hoe. Like, he had so many damn descendants. And they did a documentary about him. And he had all these half black, he messed with so many damn slaves. Every black person that has the last name Jefferson is potentially a descendant of him. Yeah, they were saying, you could look this up. They had a documentary about him, and he was sleeping with so many damn people. It was ridiculous. So I took it like that. I thought she was saying that she was one of his illegitimate children, but she was drunk, talking about she was the concubine. But she embarrassed the hell out of herself. I think she might take a little season off.
Look, I had to go get me some food. Y'all, look, it's almost 4 hours
She might
again.
come back
Here we
for a
go.
storyline.
Every time
Lakeysha,
I come around.
we were talking about Karen.
I don't know. She might come back for that storyline.
Oh, Karen got released.
But we were talking about how she embarrassed herself in the when she was locked up in the detainment, and she was talking about she was Thomas Jefferson's concubine.
But the thing about it though, y'all, they've been saying that woman had a drinking problem. They have. If you go back and watch it, they've been hitting on this for a minute. They've been saying that about her.
Wow.
We were comparing it to Teresa's case and Diddy's case because she had no defense.
How y'all gonna put them two together?
I'm telling you, they was going back and forth. I gotta keep up with so many names.
No.
She had to clock in. Look, we made her clock in. She was like, hold on now, who are you talking about
No,
now?
because we talking about all these cases where they had no like defense. Like Karen was on camera. Teresa lied to the judge blatantly. And I'm just saying, like, it was so foolish to me how Karen really thought she could go to trial.
Well, why did she go to trial? I mean, girl, it's on camera.
Arrogant.
You are dumb. Like
arrogance.
She didn't get more time to that.
Well, and two, arrogance, and the same thing with like what we were talking about, Diddy and everything is arrogance and being able to get away with things before time and time again.
Right.
And thinking it's going to work for you again. And she tried her luck one time too many, because that's what the judge said. Because before some of her DUIs, remember they put them down to different traffic violations instead of a DUI.
Yeah.
And he said, you done learn how to work the system. I read that. Didn't the transcript? Somebody read the transcript.
And he's the police officer like she was all this superior person.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying to
I kind of giggle because I said, "Oh, she giving them white people what for, baby?"
No, but you definitely do not conduct yourself with the police like that because they watch them videos and the judge considers all of that.
It still tickled me because I was like,
a mess.
Karen don't care because usually, when you get locked up or whatever, you don't take the "I'm higher than you" role with the white people. And Karen, you kind of take more of the role like, y'all do me like this because I'm black. No, Karen took the role like, baby, you're poor and I'm higher than you.
Well, remember her husband tried to tell her to shut up and she just kept going. And then the cops entrapped her by asking her, did you have anything to drink? And she thought she was friends with the cops and was like, yeah, I had a couple. And I was like, girl, like, you don't ever tell the police nothing. Like, you shut the hell up. But she was drunk.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear my reenactment, but this Ray in that pocketbook. He was fumbling around that pocketbook so hard. I said, Lord, Ray looking for that license. Big time, ain't he? He was fumbling in the pocketbook. Look at that. I said, poor Ray, I felt so bad for him.
I was embarrassed for him too because she said some very distasteful things about him as well.
Dang.
She said some things like you remember she was talking about him crazy while she was drunk too.
Okay, well, let me drive this home then. So remember I said, was Blue Eyes meaning that she's a descendant of Thomas Jefferson, or that Thomas Jefferson, does this mean I'm a descendant, or did she mean that Blue Eyes is Thomas Jefferson? And did she feel like she had to do what Sally Hemings had to do and sacrifice her body and herself for her family to save Ray from his tax mess? That's what I was thinking about that. I was like, because the way she's showing contempt for Ray right now.
Yeah.
And then the way she was like, I'm Thomas Jefferson concubine. I was wondering, does that mean she was messing with Blue Eyes so that she could save them? Because remember, she had to save them from the tax issue.
But
remember that?
But the way she was talking about him and he was holding her down, it was embarrassing.
But I'm wondering, did she feel like she had to have an affair with Blue Eyes for money to save them for the tax mess? And that's why she got resentment towards Ray. Because it was coming out when she was
I'm
drunk.
not sure, because I'm not sure how that would have got him out of it. Because the IRS is going to want their money no matter what.
Right, but she got money from Blue Eyes. What I'm saying is Blue Eyes, I think, is somebody
so
of
he paid her
means and
off.
money.
Okay.
And so she had to be basically his concubine to get that money. That's why, is that why she used that analogy of Thomas Jefferson being in position of power? And, you know, Sally Hemings, they tried to say she did it for love, but she did a lot of that to save her family, even when she was in
But I mean,
Prince.
you got to think of it from this perspective. She was making so much money from the show. She probably helped him out with her housewives' money.
Yes, but remember when they first ran into that tax stuff, that was what, season 2 or 3? Because the first season she came on there, he was the Black Bill Gates, and I think they fell from grace by the second season or something like that.
Yeah.
So she wasn't making that much money from housewives to start off with.
No, I know, but when you pay back the government, you do a plan. You don't have to pay it all back at once. The government's just more worried about you creating some type of installment plan.
Right.
So I'm sure that Karen, he was worth so much and paid for all of Karen's lifestyle. I'm sure she helped him out.
Right, but why use that analogy? That's what I'm saying. Thank you. The analogy that she used was Thomas Jefferson, Sally Hemings.
No, and
I'm his concubine.
Look at Book Girl's comment. She's saying exactly what I'm saying. She was trying to be elitist and try to use this whatever. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think she was just trying to say that she was better than the cops. You know?
She was doing both of those. She was trying to be an elitist. But being someone's concubine don't make you an elitist. So he was trying to be an elitist, but I think there was a message in what she was saying while she was drunk. She was giving some truth. And when she realized when she realized she was saying too much about Ray, she zipped it after a while. And she hushed. She said, you don't need to hear about my problems.
I'm going to say that some light-skinned people give us a bad reputation.
I understand what you're saying, but don't be surprised if Blue Eyes finally come out that he was some rich man and he was funding Karen's life, just like Big Papa was funding Kim in her bad wigs.
No, I don't think so, because Karen was made in the shade with her husband, so she didn't need no man to like whatever. And I think when she was getting them Potomac checks, she was probably helping him pay it off. But I think she was just trying to be elitist and trying to call the cops basically white trash. And
she was doing that too, but she let some things slip in there she didn't mean to let slip. And I wonder, and Karen has always found a unique way to tell the truth without telling the truth. Right? She, instead of just saying, yeah, this is how this is, she'll use some weird analogy to tell you, yeah, this is how the apple is red, right? She'll go into some weird analogy about the cherries and all this kind of stuff. And if it's a cherry, baby, just tell me the apple red. So yeah, I'm wondering if there's a little bit of truth in the Blue Eye I think she was being elitist. I think she was.
Saying. But I'm saying this as a person that, like, my family was Creoles, right? So I think it was coming from this perspective of Karen was basically saying, I get where you're coming from. She was just basically saying, I came from a line of affluence or mixed race people. And you got some people that do that. They're like, oh, my family was white passing and they were able to go to school with white people or whatever it was, or we were not fully black or X, Y, and Z. Yeah. And she was just trying to call a cop a basic white person. You know,
she wasn't just trying to, she did call him a basic.
You know.
I ain't gonna lie. Is that wrong with me?
No, ain't nothing wrong with you. But like I had to do uncovering about my family in terms of that, because my family was very high yellow and, you know, like Beyonce sort of lineage and stuff like that. And they were able to go to schools with white people. So like you find out this history and stuff. And Karen is one of them type of women. Like me, I'm more humble where I'm like, that doesn't make me better than the next person. But Karen is one of them people clearly that when she gets drunk, she's like, I'm the grand dame, I'm the mixed race, such and such. And I'm like, girl, like
Yeah.
Beyonce is too, and such. You know, Vanessa Williams. Who cares? Giselle is a Creole. Who like you're not something special, girl.
I felt like she was being. Yeah, I felt like she was being like that. But I feel like there's a little something because after the I'm the Thomas Jefferson concubine, it came some of the discontent about Ray came out right after that. And to me, I'm
she said
relating
something
to
about him in the car too. Like
that's what
during
she
the car
said.
scene.
The concubine, yeah, she said the concubine thing in the car too. That's why I'm relating them two together. Like, are you saying that you had to? That's listen. I'll put two and two together in a minute because I'll be like, hold on for a minute. Is there something deeper in this? Why are you saying this like the way you're saying it? But I'm gonna say I was surprised that Karen acts just how she acts on TV. Because you know when you're drunk, like your real you come out.
Yeah.
And Karen was talking and acting the same way, and I was surprised by that. I thought Karen was putting on a little piece of airs like when on TV.
Well, see, the thing is, Karen allowed that show to get to her head, and she's this big Bravo star in X, Y, and Z, and it's like she didn't remember that when you're getting arrested, like that shit does not matter no more. Like you are a fucking criminal, and at the end of the day, you got to be humble in order to get a lighter sentence or to make the situation go away. But she was drunk and decided to put her foot in her mouth. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And if I was a lawyer, I would have just dropped her ass because there was just, if Karen was not taking a plea deal, there would just be no point to even defend it because you're going to lose that case unless you're just going into that case for taking the money. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, apparently that's what the lawyers did because no lawyer in their mind thought they were going to win that case. Not them lawyers ate good off of that money. Ray been digging in that purse.
Sometimes you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. I'm like, Karen, you was on body cam, girl. Like, you can't be this dumb. And you told on yourself to the cops. Like, what was you going to fight? Like,
when she got the precinct, she said,
what Karen should have did was she should have got on TV and did like a whole press tour and said, I want to speak about drinking and driving and I'm not perfect. Then remember towards the end of the trial, towards closest to the end of the trial, she tried to check into rehab. It was like, girl, you should have did that from the beginning and took the plea deal. Girl, how you gonna go to trial and go to rehab? Like that doesn't make no sense. Like, then she skipped out on the reunion. So I hope, when she comes back, hopefully we'll get the narrative. But Karen, like, she needs to throw in the towel and not try to, because she embarrassed herself.
Yeah, I haven't seen the body cams. I need to look into that.
Oh, you should look. It's all over YouTube.
Yeah, because the sad part, like, I really don't watch the show like that. But I'm from Maryland, but I never tuned into that show. So I knew about Karen, but I had to make sure we talking about the right person.
No, but see, the thing, it was on the news too.
Dang, she made it to the news.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. She was on like the local news and all of that. Like they blew it up and they showed the body cam footage, and it was quite embarrassing.
Dang, yeah. When y'all was talking about, I was searching it up to see it. I have heard that she got arrested for DUI, but I didn't know it was that bad. Like homegirl was acting a fool.
She was. Oh. It was like, when I tell you, it was a train wreck. It was like one of them. Remember Cops? Remember the show Cops? And they used to get embarrassing people. Yeah, that's how Karen was acting. Like it was real. It was like, girl, like the fact that she even tried to fight it was a joke.
Yo, I definitely tuned into that. I did not know it was like that. Homegirl acting up.
Yeah, so if you go to YouTube and look
She
up
was
Karen
sentenced.
Huger body cam footage, like they have it from start to finish, and they also have like when she was detained by the police, how she was like going off on the cops. She was basically calling him like white trash and saying that she was the something like extravagant was talking about she was the something of Thomas Jefferson or something. And it was just a mess. It was like when you anybody with common sense, you get arrested, you shut the hell up.
Right. Yeah, I'm on YouTube now looking at that. Her
wig was
I guess
shifted.
once
It
this
was a
live is
lot.
over, I'll go ahead and tune into it. Found
Yeah.
guilty, 2-year prison started January. Oh, this happened some months. Oh.
Yeah, she just got out. So she just got released like a week ago. So that's why I brought it up, because Diddy might be doing time served. She got out, and then there's just a lot going on. But that was like her 4th DUI.
Okay, now I get it,
apparently.
as in we was talking about the Diddy trial stuff.
Yeah, so I was correlating it to Diddy because Diddy might get time served. Karen probably got parole. So she was released early. She was supposed to do like a year and a half or 2 years or something like that. And then they let her out early on good behavior and probably parole. So I hope Diddy, learns his lesson and just goes into being quiet.
And yeah, he kept being so powerful and stuff, and it backfired on his behind.
Yeah, Diddy's gonna have to move to like the country and somewhere and just chill out.
So I think they said his court is in October, I believe.
Yeah, they said October 3rd. That's gonna be his sentencing. So hopefully he gets time served by then. But that judge doesn't like him, so
That right there. So we'll see and take it from there, and hopefully he pipe his behind down.
I know, because Bill Cosby.
Don't even take it out.
Bill Cosby's living like a quiet life now.
Yeah, when Bill Cosby and stuff, when they let him go, yeah, he definitely been quiet.
Yeah, so
hush hush and stuff. I mean,
I would be super embarrassed if I was Diddy.
I guess everything they had on him, those videos and stuff, then court and everything was revealed. Well, not everything, but most of the baby oil, the big old bed in his backyard with the parties and stuff, his parties he been having and so forth.
Well, with the baby oil, they ended up finding nothing with that. They try to leave with that narrative, but they weren't able to find anything. But like you were saying, all the other stuff, they were finding leads on that. But I just think that the fact that his kids went to court and they heard all that nasty stuff he was doing, and they sat in and listened to it. Remember Lakeysha, when all the kids was there and they heard all the stuff he was doing from the testimonies from Cassie?
Yeah,
I think his twins walked out.
Yeah, they walked out. They left.
The twins, it was too much. I felt like, I understand you try to support your parent, but due to what was going to be revealed, that right there is like too much to handle as a picture of your parent as in did all this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, go ahead, Lakeysha.
No, I was gonna say, I know a lot of people were like, they don't understand, like, why would he want his kids there? But think about it. That man could have went to jail for the rest of his life. That could have been the last time that he saw his, you know what I mean, for a very long time. So, I mean, if you look at it from that standpoint, I mean, they were grown. I mean, they were 18, but at the same time, if you look at it from the standpoint of, he could have went to prison. So,
yeah,
here's the deal. They was gonna read. I'm sure they already read about that stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and
it's only so much you can really protect them from, especially by them being in the, the public like that. So,
Right. And Cassie's husband walked out the court when he heard her testimony too. So it was a lot.
Yeah,
Did
It
you
was
see them
really,
on the
really like
runway?
gross.
Did you see them on the runway modeling the Combs twins? Did y'all see that?
I saw them on a runway. I don't remember that runway that they was on, but I remember the twins was on a runway recently.
Right. Yeah, they were modeling.
I
I don't
know they
remember
graduated.
exactly either what the event was either. I just saw it. I'm trying to remember now, like what was that? But yeah, I did see them modeling. I don't, I think they'll be able to separate themselves. I mean, because they were kids. Like, what do they can't, they don't have anything to do with that. And whatever, people say he did or whatever. So hopefully they'll be able to have their separate life.
His kids, well, not all his kids, but most of them are adults anyway.
Right.
And stuff. So we were talking about the kids and stuff in the court, like Tory Lanez situation. They had his son in the court when they sentenced him.
Oh, okay. So he lost the StreamYard link. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys the I be seeing everything on social media. To be honest, that's where I get a lot of my news, but I'm gonna show y'all the
on social media.
Yeah, I think I saw it on TikTok, but here it is right here. I'm about to share.
The twins.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I think I know exactly. I'm not quite sure. Was it? Oh, this runway.
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't seen this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have remembered they had on purple, but they're pretty much dressed alike. I don't know what this. Oh, it just says fashion. I don't know. It says the Combs twins hit the runway last night in a fashion show in Los Angeles. They got to be identical twins because I don't know which is which. They look the exact same. Weight, height, everything.
Everything. They wear the same outfit from head to toe.
Right. But they look exactly alike.
So, I don't even know who's
Jesse and Delilah. All I know is Jesse and Delilah. Don't know who is Jesse and don't know who is Delilah. But they look just like their mother. That's who they look like. They look exactly like their mother.
Kim.
Everything.
Yeah, and the figure of Kim too. So
yeah, she used to be a runway model.
Right.
But yeah, they had to sit in that courtroom, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
And we were
hopefully he changed. We'll see because this hasn't been Diddy's first time. Getting into some trouble.
Yeah, he always got away with it.
Exactly.
Me and MG was saying that we wonder if after this case he's going to become like Cosby and just go into and live a simple life off the beaten path.
We'll see. Shit, I thought he would have did that with the first case, but in this case, so
he might. He's getting older and stuff, so it's kind of like hopefully this case right here have him to stop and chill out. Getting older,
they
not
trying
younger.
to get his ass,
Well, he's also ruined his reputation in the hip hop industry because remember on like Drink Champs, they was like talking about how he was coming off gay and stuff, and it was like, oh, he was like, yeah, baby, and Fabulous was looking at him up and down and stuff. So like, this on top of that, and then all the rumors and everybody's talking about No Diddy and stuff. Like, there's no way he can revamp his career.
It was a lot. When you mentioned about that gay stuff, it was like clips that words he be saying to guys, where he be looking at them, and stuff. Yeah, what was the Fabulous video? It was an interview. He came by and yeah.
Yeah, he got drunk and he was like, yeah, I I like it when you call me daddy or something like
And
that.
you be scrambling and scraping.
Yeah, something like that.
Or
Yeah, that was
I
weird.
haven't heard from you. You haven't called me or something.
Right. That's exactly what he said. Why I haven't heard from you? Why? Oh, why you didn't? Why you don't want to hang out with me for your birthday?
Yeah, and then he was like, and then 50 Cent was calling him out, talking about, I don't want to be taken shopping or something. It was getting real strange.
I'm gonna say 50 been calling people out, and he never lies. He be having receipts. He be calling people out.
Oh my
left
God.
to right.
MG, but speaking of 50, I think he's going to be the next one because you see how he trolls people so much, and he goes off on people. I feel like he's the next on the shit list because he thinks that he's so invincible and X, Y, and Z, and he's going to F around with the wrong person, and he's either going to get exposed. Mm-hmm.
Well, his baby mama said he puts his hands on women, so he not no
which
innocent.
one?
The
youngest
the little what I want to call her,
the Asian one.
Yeah, the little nasty one. Her, yeah.
Y'all remember years ago, his first baby mama that her house, I think, got caught on fire or something, and she believed that 50 had something to do with that.
𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐫.
Oh wow!
How you say her name, 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫?
I don't know their names, but I remember years ago.
His oldest son's mother.
Yes, something about the house. I'm not quite sure it was set on fire or what, and she believed that he did it. And people was asking him, he said, "Nah, I had nothing to do with that." But I forgot. Let me see if I can look that up. I remember something happened to her house, and she believed that 50 had something to do with it.
You probably did.
But this happened years ago. Let me look this joint up, make sure.
But he talks so much about so many people, and I'm like, you can't have so many enemies. And then also, he's a Trump supporter, so I think he's gonna piss somebody off.
Yeah, he's kind of. I mean, because think about it like this, y'all. I mean, why in the hell is Puffy taking care of his baby mama? Like, what is that all about? Like, dude, why are you not giving this woman enough money so that at least she feels secure? That kind of lets you know what kind of dude he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo, baby mama being pimped out by somebody. Come on now. No. She's doing all this to get money. Why he's not being a better, father? And I get it. He's only required to pay child support. But dude, you got Diddy paying your baby mama rent, and that's weird. You know what I mean? Like, why he not being a better, you know what I mean? But that's what the first baby mama said about him.
Well, Lakeysha, a lot of times these dynamics go into the fact of you gotta be catering and kowtowing to these men's egos, and a lot of times some of these women might be tired of his ish or whatever like that, and if you're not kissing his ass or whatever like that,
that's true. Yeah, that is true.
He's gonna cut you off. That's why these controlling men, they tell you, oh, remember what's her name? Evelyn Lozada's daughter thought she was gonna get paid from being with the game. It's not as glamorous as it seems to be a baby mother. Like, it's really not. Like, the only way it's gonna be glamorous is if you're a wife and you getting alimony or you getting spousal support. Like,
but y'all know what? Diddy must be a little different with his, because he's still paying, their bills.
Yeah, because I think some of them have secrets on him, and it's a two-way.
It couldn't be too much of a secret. The way she showed up in court, sitting up there acting like she was a victim. So I don't think she have too much of what she said on that damn stand.
No, I'm talking about up until the case, up until like whatever. Like,
no, but he's still in court. They learned that he was still paying that woman bills. Still paying her bills. The moment she became the state's witness, please, you better find somebody else to pay you.
Baby mama?
Yes, he was still paying her bills.
Diddy.
Oh, Diddy is still paying.
Well, Diddy is paying 50's baby mother's rent bills. Like, he pays her rent.
Well, I think Diddy's one of those type of guys that gets off from feeling like people need him, if that makes sense. So if you saw the trials and tribulations he went through with Kim Porter, and he broke her nose and did all this crazy stuff, like, he was not perfect. And he had like a harem of women. Like all his baby mothers were dependent on him in some type of way.
Mhm.
And I think he also probably intimidated them because you notice all his artists that he worked with, a lot of them either went to jail or got caught up in some stuff. And you see Shine, and he's a hot mess. So I think that a lot of women probably were afraid to fully cut him off because did you see that video where he last night where people were reanalyzing it years later, where he was saying that he's never gonna let you go, and they was breaking down the lyrics. Diddy was basically saying in that song that he's a narcissist. Like,
I mean, I believe it.
You said
I
video?
believe it.
yeah, the last night video and the premise of the song. Like it was basically, and people were speculating that the video was dedicated to Cassie because the girl in the video looked like her and stuff. So I think once you get involved with Diddy, it's never over, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
y'all must say when you part of Diddy and stuff, it's hard to break up from him.
Yeah, because you have some men that feel like you're forever theirs.
that's so weird.
Yeah, like
that's a weird look.
She moved on and got married.
I think he,
Let's
they
see,
say he may
Diddy
suffer from a little PP though or something, because why are you sitting in a room while your girl? That's weird. Like what is that? Like, phew, man,
Yeah,
get
and
up
then
outta here. That's
also
crazy.
Lakeysha, they were saying when I was modeling, everybody was talking about him being allegedly gay. So they were saying that the rumor was he was messing around with Tyson.
I mean, it just seems awkward
With Tyson?
that you.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird behavior.
So maybe he did have a small PP because he was, like you said, he was being a cuckold and paying escorts to sleep. It was a mess. It was weird because T.I. and Tiny was doing allegedly some weird stuff, but Diddy took the cake.
No, Diddy took the
remember
cake
that.
because I believe the stuff we were hearing about T.I. and Tiny, that they all engaged, but you sitting in a corner watching.
Yeah.
That's just a whole nother weird. Why is you in the corner watching? That's too
and
much.
then drugging people up allegedly, or making them take a whole bunch of substances so they can F for days. Like, it's a lot.
That's some weird. That's good.
That is weird. Sit back and watch and allegedly drug people.
Yeah, and then do you remember when they was talking about how Kim Porter and Cassie overlapped at one point? Like, it was a lot.
I'm sure they all overlap. I mean, well, this is the thing that what I don't understand about women. You would think the older they get, the smarter. It's like the older, the dumber they get. Diddy has did interviews where he said that what he said was he ain't never finna be with one woman. He said pretty much the time that you spend with him, he gonna buy you stuff, give you a lot of gifts. But he said in interviews he is not finna be with one woman. He said that. So it's like, how do you get with somebody and act like you didn't already know this? Like, he has said that. Like, come on now. Like, they act like they don't get it.
But I think it's a double-edged sword. I think once you mess with Diddy, he's never going to leave you alone.
Right, but he's never said that you were going to be the only one either. So you get it in your mind because you messing with him that you number one. And I think, like, at some point, you know, you got to blame yourself. Like, come on now, you can't be this dumb. Like, the man has did interviews where he literally said, and then it's like, look at what y'all are doing. Y'all are not in a committed relationship. Y'all bouncing all around. It's just like, come on now. Are you stupid? Like, come on now. Y'all cannot.
Like, the twins and their other sister, they like around the same age.
Yeah, I think the Chance is about a year older than them.
Yeah, and their mothers got pregnant at the same time.
Right.
Wait, so they have another sister? Besides the twins?
Yeah, there's another sister. She's more low key. It's rare that you see her.
Oh,
if you pay
wow.
attention to the video, you have the twins and there's another young lady beside them.
Oh
It's
wow.
Right. She's
that's their
she's
sis-
light
yeah.
skinned. Her mother is Pumpkin.
Oh, I've never seen her before.
You
Yeah,
have. You probably just
you
didn't pay
probably
attention.
recognize. You
I'm about
probably
to
thought
show
it
you a
was a best
picture.
friend.
Yeah, you probably saw her and just probably never even. I mean, I know you saw her. I mean, you saw her before.
You see, you
Oh,
probably thought it was a
Right
best
here.
friend or a cousin.
See her?
But,
See that one in the middle?
but yeah, both the moms got pregnant at the same time.
oh wow.
See
Mm-hmm.
it? You
Yeah.
see? Wait a minute. Let's
Yeah,
see
he
how
was laying it low and spreading it wide. He has a lot of kids.
But one of the kids is not his, they saying. Well,
Yeah,
allegedly.
Quincy's
Yeah.
Albie Shore's child.
No, there's another one. I can't think of his name, but they believe that, well, allegedly that child
Ooh,
is
you
the
talking about
bodyguard.
Justin,
Is it? I don't know his name.
the light skinned one?
The light skinned one.
No, that is his child. It's just he looks like Misa.
Okay.
That is his child. The only one that's not his is Quincy. Quincy's
Okay.
Albie Shore's son. But they all are his kids, but it's just that one child looks like Misa Hilton.
Okay, you see now, you see the one in the middle with the twins have on black and white, like they're kind of dressed alike, but then you see the one in the middle, that is the other sister.
That's the other sister, yeah.
The only one that looks like him is that dark skinned one. The dark skinned boy.
You're talking about I know you're talking about
Christian,
yeah.
that's his name. Okay.
Yeah, the other one looks like his mother. See, he looks exactly like Misa Hilton. So, but who knows? He might have a different daddy, but I think,
Yeah,
I think what y'all talking about is, on YouTube, they feel like they done found who his real daddy is. They talking about his daddy is Wolf.
The bodyguard.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You know how these people do, yes.
Yeah, but people don't understand genetics.
Right.
You can look more like your mother, look more like your father. He look like his mom.
My cousin father is mixed. My auntie is light-skinned. My cousin is dark-skinned. My grandmother is not dark-skinned. Where do you think he got dark skin from? He didn't get it from his mama, his daddy. His grandmother is white. Then my grandmother looks white. So it's just like he is dark-skinned. So it's like sometimes, the complexion, can be the same, but it don't necessarily mean anything.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think so. Lakeysha, you gotta look up that Cassie video. I mean, no, the last night, and what he was saying in that song, it was just saying he was basically saying like he's one of them type of lovers that never leaves you alone.
I mean,
and it was
talking about he got a little thing, so he can go find somebody else. Hopefully. I mean, think about it. Any man that's in the room with you being with somebody else, I think it's something else to that. Like something is wrong, I think,
well, it's about, sometimes it's not about them being a small thing. You got some men that are so possessive that even if you want to leave them alone, like I had a guy one time tell me, he was like, "Oh, I can watch and I can whatever," just because he didn't want to leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? So his thing wasn't, small or anything like that, but they want to be they want to have access to you. And you unfortunately have demented and narcissistic people like that. Where I think Diddy just got so rich that he wasn't pleasured by normal things anymore. And if you really think about it, he has so much access to substances and women and men and everything of the above. He's probably having these big freak offs and orgies at his house. You know what I'm saying? Like normal stuff he can't get off from. And it's just like with Kanye. Kanye's another loony too. Amber Rose, even though I don't like her, she was talking about how he likes to have his women dress up provocative where other men want to look like they want to sleep with them. Like he gets off on that. So I think they get this money and they just start checking out.
When you mentioned that about Kanye West, his wife, is it, what's her name?
Bianca Censori.
Okay. And the way she dressed.
Yeah, he was dressing her. Kanye dresses all his women.
Mm-hmm.
He makes them naked, and Amber Rose says that he gets off from other men wanting to F his women, and he knows that he has them. So he's like pretty much exploiting you.
Clearly.
And Diddy, that's what I'm saying. Diddy is like that in a different way, where he's dating you, but he wants you to be used by other men or other crazy type stuff. Like they get real kinky and
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
They get crazy. Try to shake it off, but you can't.
Yeah, Diddy was hiring male escorts, and the stuff that the male escorts was saying was crazy.
But look how long Cass had to deal with that.
Yep. And then to add insult to injury, when he took Usher in when he was like 13 years old, and he was talking about Usher was at the parties and stuff, it got real gross. I was like, how you got a little 13-year-old boy, you living with him, and then they were saying allegedly he was doing some things with Justin Bieber too.
You know, when you brought up Justin Bieber and Usher, and
Yeah.
so as in grooming them and so forth, and Justin Bieber, he just turned left.
Yeah.
You could tell he was touched. Somebody did something to him.
Yeah, because he was crying, having depression, and all sort of stuff. And then this is another funny thing. Remember when Usher had that herpes lawsuit with that woman?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think he got it from?
Y'all going too far now.
No, I'm saying because think about
who
it.
you think he got it from.
And also the escorts. No, Lakeysha, follow me right now. The escorts was talking about the escort that was in prison that they interviewed. They said he contracted herpes. So it's a whole web of stuff that's just like
you doing stuff like that, honey. So you gonna catch something. You know what I mean? That's some crazy.
Yeah, but it's like, Lakeysha, I'm tying this all in to say that sometimes things is not worth the money.
Right.
Like he could pay your lifestyle and this and this and that.
Right.
But it comes with all this other stuff.
All this other stuff. And that's when I say, ooh, I love my boring life. Hell to the no. All this shit they doing, they can keep it. I was raised by my grandmother. Ain't nobody got time for that shit, y'all. Ooh, y'all is going to hell.
Right. If you date somebody like 50 or Diddy, like it comes with a price. Like they're gonna F up your life in some type of way with some dollar sign.
They keep the BBL girls.
I think the word fame people love. It's like a drug. Everybody want to be famous.
Some people do. Like some, you know, with fame come being in the spotlight. I like my low key life. You know what I mean? Like some people want to be seen. I like my low key life. I just, some people, and I think that comes from people who've never felt noticed. A lot of people grew up, they didn't really feel noticed. I remember having a cousin, actually two cousins that was really big growing up. You normally a lot of times you'll gain weight as you get older, but some people was bigger as a child. I noticed as they lost weight, they start doing shit that other people was like, girl, we don't do that no more. That was like way back in the days. But because they were big back then, they didn't get a chance to do a lot of the stuff that we did. So it's like now they lose weight and they just like, girl, you're a little bit too old to be dressing like that. Like what is that? So it's like now they revert back to the stuff that we've already did. So
they call it a second adolescence.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
some people like the spotlight, like Porsha. Porsha is an attention seeker. Did y'all see that? It was a thing she did that. Let me see if I can find it. Seeking attention. Where is it at?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Porsha's definitely a person like attention.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
She had to be in the spotlight.
But I feel like Porsha's gonna have a really bad demise. Like she's gonna go down bad. Like I just feel like it's when you just do stuff deliberately like that, and she's got to stop playing like that because she's got to be happy that a girl, because a girl like Fallon could have tried to retaliate or unalive her. Like I'm from the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying? You don't mess with other people's husbands and stuff like that. People really go crazy. So Porsha hasn't had that moment yet.
Yeah, Fowler was actually did an interview with this YouTuber.
Yeah. She did.
I gotta find that video.
Mm-hmm.
It was years ago. Who's that YouTuber name? Is it Tisha or Tish Tales? She did an interview with her. Let me see if I can find it.
But yeah, Porsha, I feel like she hasn't got knocked upside the head yet.
Not knocked upside the head.
Yeah, because everybody,
Nah.
Porsha just gives me one of them type of people that life has not hit her in a way where she's learned. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be stealing people's husbands and doing all
This
this
is the
other
thing.
stuff.
I don't think that. I think, there's some people who don't learn. There's people that'll do the same thing over and over again.
Right.
Or maybe it'll have a little difference to it, but it's essentially the same thing over and over again, and they never learn. For instance, Porsha had a first marriage. She walked away with nothing. But here's the deal. She should have walked away. You wasn't with that man for no extended amount of time. You know what I mean?
Right.
But and I think like with the second one, she wanted to feel vindicated because even in court, she said, in my first marriage, I got nothing. But bitch, how you expect to get something from being married to somebody for 14 months? Like, girl, what?
But why would you even bring that up? Like,
that's what like, exactly. But it's to when people say that, you can almost understand where they're coming from. So
she was with Simon for 14
months. They were married for
it was not that long.
One for a year and what?
In 2 months. There was a fly-by-night marriage.
I didn't get nothing. Girl, what is you gonna get? I will be glad to walk my happy ass away.
I kind of feel it was not going to last that long.
Well, how you get them is how you lose them too. That was the problem that Porsha didn't think about. And then when it didn't, when the glitter wasn't gold, that's when Porsha wanted to get out.
Right. Well, y'all, we're going to have to end this because I got another video that I got to do. It's been good. And listen, we almost been on here again for 5 hours. Every time Kyle come around, he dragged this thing out.
And shout out to Extravagant too.
Oh yeah, Extravagance. She didn't come back, huh?
Yes. Y'all was getting all the topics.
Well, I'll be back on here tomorrow. I said I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna try to go live twice a day, but I'll be back tomorrow at 6:30 and we'll be talking about something. But y'all, we ain't gonna be on here for no 4 hours now.
That's what you say.
Right.
I just think the conversation goes where it goes.
It does. So I'll see y'all later.
All right, take care.